podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling. 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 Every day I'm
body punching. When I was hitting him with body punching, I heard him actually, he was crying in there. You were saying that Biggs was crying when you hit him? Yes. When did that happen? And perhaps the fourth round on.
BoxingVoice.com.
So that you knew you had him by that time. Absolutely, but I knew he was tough and they're taking those punches.
Beyonce Productions.
Making women gestures like, oh.
Let's go, champ. What up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nestor Gibbs, and we're here to discuss some news I've been telling you for 48 hours now, and it looks like the cat is out of the bag like I insinuated. I said Terence Crawford had an offer, very lucrative offer from Saudi Arabia, and that they were interested in him fighting Sebastian Fundora in Saudi Arabia for a boatload of money. I did reach out to Samson, but he's with his, I want to say, grandson, quite possibly, and enjoying, the night out with him. So we won't be able to get Samson on firsthand, but Samson has already declined the offer, the very lucrative offer to fight in Saudi Arabia with his fighter, Sebastian Fundora. So Fundora is now out. And I'm assuming Samson is assuming Fundora will remain with the WBC title. But keep in mind, we spoke to the lawyer of Terence Crawford. We spoke to Mauricio Suleiman today, who spoke to the lawyer of Terence Crawford and said he will be in touch with the WBC because they want both belts on the line. Now, I'm going to screen share something here from ProBox TV. Samson was on ProBox and had this to say, and this just, makes me right, and my source is right. Exactly what I told you came true. So let's see if I'm screen sharing the right thing here, which I'm not. Should be now, which I am. We'll downsize it a bit to fit it all in. And Samson Lewickovic, Crawford's lawyer, called me very respectfully and said, and I quote, "Look, I have an offer for you to fight in Saudi Arabia with Crawford and your fighter, Sebastian Fundora." And I said, and I quote, "Look, I thank you very much, but I don't want to hear it because he's not going to be ready until November." I didn't say December, but it seems like until December. I mean, I didn't listen to the offer. I can't listen to it. I can't negotiate when my fighter is hurt. And Nestor told you that this would happen, that he would ask for an extension because his fight is hurt. Ultimately, because of the amount of money, his fighter will be stripped. That WBO will be on the line for the person you see on the thumbnail, Tszyu, exactly like my sources said. One part of this has already come true. Well, more than one part, two parts. Everybody assumed there was an offer for Crawford from Saudi. There was nothing concrete outside of Bernie letting us know that they called him. Now we know that there is an offer. I tried to get that confirmed with Mauricio Suleiman on an earlier show this morning, and he partially confirmed by letting us know that Crawford's attorney contacted him. There's a lot of money. I was given a number, but, without knowing for sure if that number is true, I feel like I'll sound like an idiot, saying it out loud. But just know it's a fucking crazy number, Let's just put it like this. Crawford would essentially make what he made with Earl for this fight. So I wanted Samson on the show because I had to ask him face to face, did you tell your fighter? Did you tell your fighter? Because maybe his fighter goes to another doctor, gets a second opinion, tries to be healed in time, goes into the ring with a broken nose, right? I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars. Not one, not two. Millions of dollars. So I wanted to hear it from Samson's mouth, like, nah. I spoke to Fundora. I told him what's on the table, but he couldn't take it. I don't know that happened. Now I'm assuming he has a fiduciary law. Pretty sure I'm pronouncing it right or wrong. But he has there's a law that he's got to show that client that offer. Did he do it? I don't know. It's a lot of money. I can't understand why they wouldn't do their best to be ready. Yeah, you're going to lose. If that's what you think in the back of your mind. But again, the amount of money. How about this? Just so you can see how much money it is. There's more money, allegedly, in the Crawford fight. Because it ain't Crawford Tszyu, it ain't Crawford Fundora. It's the Crawford fight. There's more money in the Crawford fight than there was in the Deontay Wilder-Joseph Parker fight. The total pot for both fighters is bigger than Wilder versus Joe Parker. I swear to God, Turkey Al Sheik, man. Please check my DM. God damn. Can you just check my DM, my good brother? Like, damn. The Terence Crawford, Tszyu Fundora pot is bigger than Deontay Wilder, Joseph Parker pot. Let that sink in, man. Let that sink in. Listen, I do need some callers. We are going to have matchmaker Robert Diaz on the show in about another 14 or so minutes. Let me send him a message, make sure we're still good. If so, I am going to need some callers to get us until that time. So feel free to call in and let me know what you think. I mean, it's great news, right? We've had all these Crawford haters saying, what's Crawford going to do? What's Crawford going to do? There were breadcrumbs, right? He did petition to the WBO to fight the champ above. The champ lost the belt. And, they're scrambling, trying to make the best event they possibly can. What matters is they got the funds. Because that's how you're going to get Crawford in the ring, is having those funds. And it seems that way. It seems like we have that. Also, believe it or not, Louis DeCubas answered back. So trying to set that up, It's been a minute since I had him on the show, about 5 years. And he's grown so much since then, so we'll see how he receives that message. He hasn't seen it yet, but we'll see how he receives that message, because he's not really a camera guy, but he is for sure one of those guys when it comes to this business and negotiating and getting things done. We got Stay True on a check-in, Twitter Spaces. Once again, we do need an influx in callers, all right? We got about 9 more minutes. Mr. Diaz said he's ready. Or will be ready. And, yeah, I need your help. Stay true. You are unmuted. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit that thumbs up button. It's going to help with the visibility of the show, putting this episode in the eyes of other boxing fans that don't know we rocking out twice a day, multiple times a day. And stay true. You there?
Yeah, and that's the Gibbs.
What up, brother?
Man, salute the boxing boys. I really think it's time for people to get Crawford some credit, man. Every time it look like he don't got nowhere to turn or he running out of options, boom, he jump out the woodwork with some crazy shit. And it's a narrative that people have painted that he struggles to get fights. But when you look at his career, he's gotten every fight he wanted. And he's accomplished more than most currently in boxing. So I just think people, I don't understand the hate, like in the tribal motherfucking mentality that these people have. Like, I enjoy boxing. You know what I'm saying? I like good fights, regardless to the names. People just want to see names fight, and that's just kind of weird to me.
Nah,
What do you think about the fight, man?
I'm with you, but I do like your call and the way you went about it, because you're absolutely right. You know, we constantly hear things like, oh, he's going to be froze out. Oh, he made the wrong business move. But, you know, the only dude to bring $25 million with a hedge fund to a fight is Crawford. The only dude now in the welterweight division to entice Turkey Al-Sheikh to bring hella dough, Crawford. So maybe the tables have turned, like Earl Spence would say, but that's probably 3 fights ago. David Avanesian, Black Prime, 10 million. Earl was the big fish, never made 10 million up front. Next fight, destroys Earl, 20 million. I don't know, man. I think Crawford might be the money man at this point.
I mean, it's looking like it. And I know it's a lot of people out there right now like, this ain't true. It's a rumor. And I mean, at this point, yeah, it's speculation. But
nah,
based off of Crawford history.
No, it ain't speculation, though. Like, obviously, my sources, we can say, oh, Ness, is speculation. But we got Samson confirming it.
Okay.
So, you know, Samson is on ProBox telling the world he did get the call. The lawyer of Crawford, not Crawford, not his manager, the lawyer of Crawford is telling him, I have an offer for you and your fighter to fight versus Crawford in Saudi Arabia. So, yeah, no, it's no more speculation. The man has the bread. Turkey Al-Sheikh is down with Crawford. It's just, that's it. He wants some Crawford. And according to Mauricio Suleiman in my interview today, Turkey Al-Sheikh is also interested in Inoue.
I would be too. Shit, he trying to clean up. And the way PBC going, they about to seclude themselves again. Like, and I don't get that because they got a lot of talent on their side. I always wondered about their business model because I feel if they did business with other people, they would make more money. I just don't understand the in-house mentality, trying to keep all the money to themselves, and it seems like they just be shooting themselves in the foot. And I only say that because of all of the broadcast partners they done been through. Now, I don't know their financial situation, but it don't seem to be going as swell as they would like it. And they really be cheating the fans out of a lot of fights. I'm telling you, if Errol Spence get a hold of one of them belts at 154, it's going to be the same thing as 147 all over again.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
that's why I was glad.
Back then, people protected him because he was undefeated. But now they seen him get beat. I don't think they could. They'll let him act like a big fish. You know, there's gonna be people like, man, go handle that Crawford smoke. Like, you ain't no big fish. Like, you feel me? I think they, you know, they gonna dress.
Yeah,
him.
But he gonna stall. They gonna if he get say Spence get a belt in 2024. The next time he fights somebody credible, man, he talking 2026. 3 fights later.
I'm not going to assume that. You know, Spence has an amazing resume, especially fighting guys off injuries or, you know, layoff. Like he certainly gets it done. But champ, that is the bell. Do appreciate you. We do need a few more minutes. We are going to be getting former matchmaker from Golden Boy on the show, Roberto Diaz. So go ahead and hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show, putting this episode in the eyes of boxing fans that they don't know. They just don't know. We rock out twice a day, multiple times a day, multiple different guests, bringing you breaking news. I told you this news 2 days ago.
Yo, yo, Adadio.
Straight. What up?
Yes, sir. Shout out Ness putting in that motherfucking work. Hey, man, ain't so phone. The rabbit got the gun Hansi dub. He probably not even tuning in, but he gonna hear it on the playback. But yeah, man, Crawford money. Like you said, Ness, you emphasized it. This wasn't about anybody but Crawford. Turkey Al-Sheikh wants Crawford specifically, right?
Absolutely. That's who he's interested in. And like I said, my sources told me everything that's happening would happen. Fundora would not accept the fight. Tszyu will be bumped up to the new mandatory. Josh Kelly isn't. He hasn't beat a credible opponent for the WBC to make him the mandatory. So Tszyu off a loss will get a title shot versus Crawford in Saudi for buku dollars.
I fuck with that. I fuck with the WBO for still saying, nah, Josh, you still ain't did enough. Even though Tim took this loss in a valiant effort, he went out on his shield. We still can't jump you over him. You know what I'm saying? So this is kind of what we still all wanted. Some people thought the Fundora fight was a fluke. So okay, we get in Tszyu and Crawford. So it all worked itself out. Like I said, everything's gonna work itself how it's meant to be. I feel like if Spence and Crawford are meant to double back, it's gonna happen. But I want that dude that called in a week or two ago that was talking about, Crawford, get off Spence, whoop the woo, create your own lane. You always trying to make your career. I don't know if you remember that, but he was going hard. So I just want Buddy to call back in, and I want to hear his take because it's that Crawford brand now. You feel me? We in the Crawford era. It's a different time now. So yeah, man, this is what we wanted to see. Shout out Turkey Al-Sheikh. So he wants them in Saudi, correct? This isn't like he wants to back somebody to put it in America.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, man, we can't be mad at it. We can't be mad at it. However much it is on pay-per-view, we going for that. But yeah, that's a great fight. Tszyu and Crawford is what was supposed to happen. Tszyu deserves it. He doesn't deserve to get dropped out of the top 5 or anything like that. Like, let that man, run it back. He deserves it. You feel me?
Totally with you.
Yeah, man. So, I just wanted to check in real quick, stall a little bit, but, keep on putting in that work. I'm going to tap back in if somebody say something.
All right. Wait, my guest saying he's in. I ain't hear nothing ring. Sorry for the dead air. If you're watching this on YouTube, you got to hit that thumbs up. We will be having former matchmaker of Golden Boy on the show, talk a little boxing with us, maybe teach us a thing or two about matchmaking, and see where he ended up. I see him all over the place. I feel like he might have transitioned into a potential advisor.
Hello.
Roberto, what's up?
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good. I think your camera is off. Unless you want it off.
No.
Oh, okay.
Totally
How are
forgot.
you? How are you, man? Thank you for coming on, and I'm hoping everything is well. How are things?
I'm good. Thank you for having me on. Most importantly, I appreciate it, and I look forward to it, man. Let's have some fun. Let's rock.
Man, you have a phenomenal mic. We got to get you on as a co-host, man. You're ready to rock and roll.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I was telling my audience, obviously you have many years where you were as a matchmaker for Golden Boy. Have you transitioned into an advisor at this point? Because I feel like I see you in many different fights, but I don't have an official role. But from what I can see, I get the impression you may be advising at this point.
So Yes. After I was with Golden Boy 15 years. And after that, obviously every change, every transition is a little difficult. And it was the first couple months was like great. It's vacation now. I'm like, for the first time in 15 years, as a matchmaker, it's very stressful. Losing fights because the guy missed his plane, losing fights because the guy came in 10 pounds over, losing fights because he didn't pass a medical. It always happens the day before or 2 days before the fight when there's hurry up and try to fix it, because the hardest thing for me as a matchmaker was always going to a fighter and his team saying, you're not fighting because I couldn't get a replacement or I couldn't get an opponent. That's very hard. When you know the other side and know what they go through, sacrifices, cutting weight, selling tickets, excited that they're going to fight, and then break their heart and tell them you're not fighting. And it happens, but you try to avoid it as much as possible. So knowing that I didn't have to stress about that was like a relief now, that it was like, okay, let's enjoy some vacation. We haven't had a good long vacation for a while. 2-3 months passed. What do you do with the free time? That's what happened to the fighters. They fight, and when retirement comes, it's like, what do I do now with all this free time? They go back to the gym, they train, they might as well fight if they're in there so much. So it started, okay, I'm tired of being at home. I'm tired of vacation. I want to get back to work. But I was very fortunate to be getting calls from a lot of fighters that I worked with in the past. And once the word got out little by little that, hey, you're not at Golden Boy anymore, help me. And as long as I knew they weren't in danger, because there is a little bond, there is that connection you have, especially with some of these guys that started calling me. All right, let's go. Show me in the gym first, and let's go. And little by little, the word started traveling. I had champions calling me saying, can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help? And it was like, wow, let's go. So I adapted into this new role. I partnered up with a couple managers that handle fighters, Sheer Sports Management, based out here in LA. Partnered up with them as well. So I advise and manage and help run that company. But I'm also getting calls from Jorge Linares. Called me last year. Hey, ayúdame. I don't want to go out this way. I lost 2 fights in Russia. Can you help me? Jorge, it's over, papi. That's done. It's, time, father time. Let's transition to something else. In fact, start training fighters, bring me opponents, bring me fighters. We'll build champions together. I'd love to see you still in boxing, but no, I'll show you. And he started training, and I started seeing his videos. And I was in LA, he was in Miami. But I started seeing that old Jorge back in the gym, the fire, the hunger. I said, let's go. Made the fight with Matchroom and against Jack Catterall. Yeah, he showed all indications and led me to believe that he was going to win that fight. I had very confident. I said, Eddie, start getting the date for the rematch. We are going to beat Catterall. It's a done deal. Just get me the date for the rematch. We had a rematch clause. Once the fight started, I saw Jorge's speed. He still had it, but what he didn't have, what was once so easy for him, is letting his hands go. And I had promised all involved that, hey, I see him hurt, I'm stopping the fight. And I told him, I'm stopping the fight if I see you hurt. You're not here to get hurt. He finished on his feet. He finished with his head up, and it was like, okay, pero ya. And he said, yes, now I can close the book. Now let's go on to the new chapter. So I was proud of that. We started very early on together, finished together. Pablo Cesar Cano calls me, same thing, get him a win on Pro Box, knocks out Zachary Ochoa, gets a world title eliminator. Wasn't a pretty fight. Didn't get beat up, got paid. Ahora sí, hijo, retire. I saw the same thing. You're a big puncher, but what good is it if you go and you only throw one punch at a time? You can't let your hands go anymore. That's father time. So, but I'm very proud because they're reaching out to me, the trust, the bond, the confidence. There was fights last year that it was like, hey, how much? No, not the work. I can't charge you. There's not enough money there. A female fight. We had an interim world title fight in Mexico. Yvette Zamora. Oye, Roberto, how much do I got to pay you? Honey, your purse is $10,000. What am I going to get? 1,000? No. You know what you're going to pay me? Go win that world title. Come back as a world champion. We went together, but bring that title back. Let's win that title, and then we'll go make real money. So it's been a transition, but that's what I love more in the matchmaking, working directly with the fighter anyway. That's what was always my energy, and my adrenaline was working with fighters. So now today, working directly with fighters. I mean, Jason Quigley last year, we went to Ireland, we got a win. It was going to be the retirement. You know, he was going to fight as a pro for the first time, but it was going to be his farewell to where he started as an amateur. And he wins, and we get the call. Hey, will he fight Berlanga? And I'm like, this was a one-fight thing. Hey, Jason, they want you to fight Berlanga. Let's go. I'm like, oh, come on. That's the problem when going and getting a win. They want another one. But I was happy. I was satisfied. He got paid. And he put on a performance that showed his heart. He showed the true Quigley, and it was a good fight. He went up and said, okay, I fought one of the top guys in boxing today. I came up short, but I showed my heart. I showed my skill. And ahora sí, now he's still telling me, hey, one more. I'm like, no, Jay, let's go. Start promoting. He did a couple shows last year, and as a promoter, as a manager, and he's doing really good. So I love seeing that other chapter in them. Jorge Linares supervising for the WBA now, training fighters in Florida. So I love seeing that good story. At least for now, it's a good story. They're still involved in the sport they love without fighting past and getting hurt, or without being después, all broke or something on the street, or on drugs and alcohol, or, depressed, because that's what it is.
Roberto, how'd you get your start? Like, who mentored you? Who taught you the art of matchmaking? A lot of fight fans, we sit here and we want this fight versus that fighter, but it's a lot more intricate than that, and more difficult to put together a fight than just wanting two good fighters to get in the ring. Who'd you come up under? Who taught you the game?
To be honest, nobody did. Nobody. I say that humbly. I loved boxing from an early age because my dad, who was a fan, didn't work boxing, but he was a fan, take me to the fights. Would have the big fights at the house before there was pay-per-view, all the big fights on national TV, Salvador Sanchez, Muhammad Ali. That's to this day still my idol, Muhammad Ali. I associated big fight boxing with parties, because every time there was a big fight, there was family, friends, cousins, everybody at the house, food, drinks, everything, even as a little kid. And as I grew and started falling in love with boxing and understanding in it, I was never going to think about, it's a dream come true that I ended up working not only in boxing, but with one of the top promoters in the world, and worked with so many athletes. But I couldn't have even dreamt that if you would have asked me. I fell into it because I met one of my idols at a mall during a Christmas season, before there was cell phones with cameras. And I see him, and I'm like, holy crap, there's my Marco Antonio Barrera. Wow. He had just lost to Junior Jones. So I approached him. Keep your head up. I'm a big fan. You'll be back, blah, blah, blah. And I go around the mall trying to find for something for him to sign. But I was always very particular. If you're a baseball player, it has to be a baseball bat, a glove, football player, something football related. So it was boxing. Let me find a glove, a headgear, a mouthpiece, something boxing related. And there wasn't this. This was in San Diego, one of the malls, stores, clothing, all that. So I come back out and I said, Marco, if I give you my address, I bump into him again. He probably thought I was like a stalker. Here's this guy again. And I said, if I give you my address, will you send me something autographed? Again, I'm a big fan. I have all your fights on VHS. And he said, yeah, give it to me. So I give it to him. A couple weeks later in the mail, photo, studio, T-shirt, stay in touch. Now, fast forward a year and a half later, he's going to fight in December on a Fantasy Springs show. Before they had the arena, it was outdoors and small event. And he's going to do a tune-up exhibition type fight right before the first Morales fight. And I lived in Chula Vista, which is 15 minutes away from Tijuana. I loved Morales. I loved Barrera. And when they were going to fight, I said, fuck, this is hard. Again, I'm a fan. I'm not connected to boxing. I'm a fan. And I'm like, I'm going to have to go with Barrera. So I go to that exhibition. And as he's walking in, I'm outside waiting for, the fight. Where's the fighter? And they check into this table. He walks in. And this was the craziest thing. and got to know him and built a relationship with him, Marco had an amazing memory. And when he saw me, he said, San Diego, huh? And I'm like, yeah. He didn't remember Roberto Diaz from all the fans and everybody he meets on a daily, but he said, San Diego. Yeah, we met at the mall. Yeah, come in the back with me. And he brings me into the dressing room, introduces me to the team. We connect. He ends up doing his first camp in Big Bear for the Morales fight. Now, remember, this was like right before Christmas. The first Morales fight was February 19. So after that exhibition, boom, he goes straight to Mexico, goes straight to Big Bear, and starts training. We become close. We become friends. He brings me on. Hey, bring the flag in, translate here. Just as a friend, just as a groupie, a fan. From there, he's going to leave his promoter and management, and then calls me and says, hey, I'm leaving them. Will you come with me? Or are you going to stay with them? I had built a relationship with the management because of him. And I said, no, I'm with you. And that's when he signs the biggest name, the first big name, signs with Golden Boy. And we go there and he says, hey, we'll start talking to Richard, start talking to Golden Boy people and about my fight. He had already had a fight signed and done when I come with him. He had already signed a contract with Golden Boy, the first Pacquiao fight. So obviously that fight didn't go well. Marco loses. I'm thinking, man, there's it. I started and I finished all in one fight. And Golden Boy gave him another chance. The career continued. And I became like an advisor to Marco. I would turn down fights. Oh, what about this guy? What about that guy? No, I don't like his style. Every fan is a great matchmaker. You know, you said it earlier when fans, why don't they make this fight? That fans are the best matchmakers. They know styles make fights. They know what fights are going to hit and what fights aren't. What they don't know is what we go through as matchmakers is, okay, A should fight B. Okay, that's the simple part. Oh, this is a no-brainer. This is going to happen. A's wife says no. B's husband says no. The manager, the trainer, there's too much obstacles. It's not as easy as, you know what, I woke up last night. I had a dream that this is a can't hit, a can't miss. This is the fight to make. Yeah. Tell that to the trainer, tell that to the manager, tell that to the husband, tell that to the wife, to the father, the mother. There's so many obstacles before you can make that fight. Because there's egos, because we can build this fight. In 5 years, it'll really be big. Well, you don't know that. What if you lose? What if he loses? So you try to make both sides happy to see the potential of the winner moving on to bigger and better things. You know, it's very, very, when the matchmaker gets one of those fighters, managers, trainers that it's so easy to matchmake and everything's like, no problem. We'll take it. It's like, wow, this is too easy.
Don't you have a story about Danny Garcia that way?
Yeah. Danny Garcia, you know, I don't work with him anymore. It's been many years but you got to, hey, what is blue is blue. Danny Garcia never turned down a fight. Angel never turned down a fight. He was so great to matchmake with. And it's true. You know, a lot of opponents, oh, yeah, we'll fight Danny Garcia. We could beat Danny Garcia. You looked at him and said, yeah, there's not too much to it. Danny Garcia had a will to win. He would find a way to win. And, I mean, obviously early on, he was blowing guys out. But once he got to that top level, Lucas Matisse, he would always find a way. I'll tell you, Mauricio Herrera came into my office and said they wanted to sign with Golden Boy. The trainer manager at the time says, give us a couple tune-ups. I said, bro, if you want tune-ups, go back to where you came from. That's where you were. You came here for big fights. I can get you the Danny Garcia fight. And Mauricio said, just pull out the contract. I'll sign. And I said, okay, I'm going to beat Danny Garcia, though. And I said, yeah, no problem. Hey, that's, you know, I just want a good fight. Even if you don't beat him, as long as you give me a good fight, you know, give it your all. I'm going to beat Danny Garcia. I'm like, all right, you know, you got 6 weeks. And Danny Garcia at the time was unbeatable. I watched the fight and I was like, wow, pinche Mauricio, you know, those are the kind of fighters that you love to work with. The ones that I believe in myself. And I'll take the short end because once I beat him, they still that throwback type fighter. I know that to make money, I got to beat this guy and then the money's going to come. But you get in an era, there was an era where, nah, if the money's not right, then I'd rather wait 5 years. And that's the obstacles that you have to overcome. You have to, even opponents, you have to sell a dream, an opportunity. Look, you beat this guy, you can get a contract. Look, we'll bring you back, even if you don't, but you give a good fight. Come give me your best effort. So the fans walk away happy. And that's what you're constantly doing and dealing with.
When you departed from Golden Boy, did you ever think, let me just keep matchmaking? Like, obviously, throughout the boxing industry, Top Rank gets a lot of credit, right? They love to call their matchmakers the best in the business. Did that not cross your mind? Or Matchroom is relatively new and certainly can use some help with experienced matchmaking to cater to the U.S. Did you not want to be in that field anymore, and that's why you didn't reach out to some of these? Because Ben Shalom and Boxer, they don't have someone as experienced as yourself. So just asking.
No. Thank you. I got a lot of calls. I got a few calls, and from small promoters to big promoters. And at the beginning, especially when it first came out and it was known, that's when the calls came in right away. I told them, thank you, I appreciate it, but I need some time to think of what I want to do. I didn't know what I wanted to do at that point. It was still like, okay, where am I going to go next? What am I going to do? I haven't been somebody that goes from one place to another. I was with Barrera for almost 10 years and with Golden Boy 15 years. So those were my two boxing periods, the last 25 years with two. After a few months of thinking it over, I said, you know what, if I go in, I didn't want to matchmake anymore. To answer the question, I didn't want to matchmake anymore. I thought to myself, once a matchmaker, you'll always be a matchmaker. You always think, whether you're a managing side, they offer an opponent, no, I don't want this type of match. It's not good for us. It doesn't benefit us. It's not going anywhere. Or, yes, perfect, this is it. So you're always going to have that matchmaker mentality. But I said, I want to work smarter, not harder. And if I was going to go into a position of matchmaking, it had to be, and I say this humbly, I didn't want to go to a small promoter and be like the story of the fighter who was a world champion at one point, and now he's fighting in the ballrooms. And I didn't want to go backwards. And I said, it's either going to have to be with one of the top promoters. And what happens if I go to one of the top promoters? I'm going to be every weekend on the road, every weekend with the stress of the fight. And I had done that. Remember when Golden Boy had the HBO dates and had all the world champions, the Danny Garcia, Adrian Broner, the Charlos, Mares, Leo Santa Cruz, Deontay Wilder, Jacobs. We were so busy because it wasn't HBO only. We had Televisa in Mexico at the same time. We had Fox. We had ESPN. There was all kinds of shows going on. There was times where 1 month we had 6 shows, 6 different events. So it was like, imagine making all these fights. Something's going to fall out. So towards the end, it was a lot slower. Once a month a show, maybe 2 months. I started getting to that pay. Even though it's still a lot, people don't understand. 1 show a month is a lot because you're finished with a show and you got 3 weeks to go. And you've already been promoting, you've already been matching, but next thing you know, it's on top of you. So you better get those matches done. Otherwise, you're going to break hearts of saying, you're not fighting, you fell out, your opponent, we couldn't get one. And it's happening. You see it. So I'm like, do I want to go there again? At least not now. And then I thought, if I do, I'd rather do it with a startup company, brand new. Let's start from scratch. But guess what? This time, again, experience, like anything else. You learn from your past. I'm going to be an owner because I'm not going to go work and build champions and then walk away with not a piece of it. So at that point, it's like, if I'm going to build something from scratch, I'd rather do something from scratch. And if it succeeds and hits the sky and everything, I'm an owner. I'm a part of this. And not just tomorrow, well, thank you very much. Ahí nos vemos. But I'm actually, I love the role right now of managing, of advising these fighters, I go to fights when I can. I don't go to fights when I can. I had a fight with Matchroom in Monaco last year. One of the kids went out. I said, I can't make it. I have another commitment. Okay, here's your payment. You know, I went to Uzbekistan for the convention. I mean, I'm picking and choosing where I go, but it's now more of I'm there for a purpose, for a job. I went to Ireland twice with Quigley, but I make sure everything's handled, everything's in the proper state, the weigh-ins, everything's good. My fighter ate everything, go rest, get off the phone, stop with the social. Let's go in there and win, regardless of the end. But it's almost like a vacation because I don't have the whole show on top of me, where before it was the whole show.
And I'm sure you was on call, from Golden Boy. So, if they needed you to do other things, you probably were available for that.
Yeah, the phone's never off. When you're a matchmaker, the phone's never off.
So, being a matchmaker, you had firsthand dealings with Jojo Diaz. Jojo Diaz is in a bit of a, I don't know. He's in a situation in his career where for a while now, since after the Tevin Farmer win, it's just not been going his way. He's only 31. He keeps trying. And you brought up matchmaking and it not being as easy as two fighters won in a fight, which it seems like Jojo and Floyd Schofield Diaz have been wanting to do for a while. That has not been able to manifest. Do you think it's because they just don't believe Jojo can win that fight because of the way it's been looking in the past 3 years? I mean, he's only had one win since that Tevin Farmer. Well, yeah, he got the Javier Fortuna win, after the Tevin Farmer. But 2 wins in, 3 years.
So with Jojo, and here I'm just speculating, but this is what I see. I mean, Jojo, I signed him. Jojo came right out of the Olympics, and I signed him. Was off to a great start. Made him mandatory in 2 different organizations. Credit to Jojo. Hey, we get to choose which champion this way, WBO or WBC. He goes, I want the best one. I want Gary Russell. Okay. There was no reason to believe he couldn't beat Gary. As talented as Gary is, I did a lot of Gary's fights, and I always said this kid's very talented. But Jojo was young, talented as well, Olympian. Let's go. Let's go do it. If we can beat Gary, hey, you're the number 1 guy in the division. He came up short with Gary, and something that you look back, and I'm very proud of this one. You look back, he lost a close decision, whatever, but Gary won the fight. And Jojo's next fight's for the WBA world title. Nobody remembers that. He didn't have to come out and win a fight and then fight for the world title. His very next fight, he's fighting for the WBA world title against Jesus Rojas. That's something that I made happen. But what happened was Jojo didn't make weight. So he fights Rojas, beats Rojas, but doesn't walk away with the belt. That was very frustrating for me. I was, Jojo, please go try your last-ditch effort to make the weight. You're going to win, and you're going to walk away with no title. I can't. I'm done. I can't. I'll pay the fine. And that was unfortunate. Move on forward. As what I'm seeing now is, Jojo went into a slump. For whatever reason, his outside distractions really put an effect on him. He lost to William Sepeda. People are seeing what William Sepeda is now doing. It's going to be very hard to beat him. I signed William. I loved when I saw the first time I saw William. A friend of mine, photographer Liz de Los Santos, brought him to me and said, take a look at this kid, see what you think. And I see this little machine throwing so many punches. And I'm like, wow, let me meet him. Let me talk to him. Let me meet with his team. And then we signed him. And Mercito Gesta, then this latest one. Now, I know it's a no-brainer. Floyd Schofield is the kid coming up, the young superstar in the making. He needs a Jojo Diaz on his resume. He needs a former world champion on his resume. That's perfect. And Jojo, hey, look, you're in a spot right now, man, that this is like a sink or swim for you. You're going to fight Schofield. But what happened was, in between making that fight, they put in this kid, Ricky Perez. Now, Ricky had fought on a Golden Boy show. He fought Alexis Rocha. Alexis, the welterweight thing. Couldn't drop him, couldn't stop him. Won every round, but Ricky was there. So it's like, when I saw that fight announced, I'm like, oh, man, why Ricky? Ricky could take a punch. JoJo's not a big puncher. Ricky's in there throwing punches back from a big guy.
But Robert, who filled that position? Because isn't that the matchmaker's role to know not to put Perez in there?
It should be, yeah. I don't know who did that fight. I don't know why. I think, hey, Ricky Perez is an opponent, but somebody forgot to tell Ricky Perez, hey, you're the opponent, okay? And at the same time, I think JoJo got to a point where he got a little comfortable with, I could just do enough, and show up and I'm going to win. I think this really sparked a light in JoJo. Another loss. That's 3 losses, 4 losses, if you include Haney, Sepeda, Mercito, Ricky Perez. I mean, that shouldn't be how JoJo's career ends. But again, a lot has to do on JoJo too. His discipline. I think we're seeing a different JoJo because his back's on the wall, against the wall. And now he's fighting Duarte. It's a sink or swim for both. But it is a fight that you have to favor Duarte, the physically guy that's in his division. JoJo, if I had it my way, JoJo would be back down to between 130 and 135 if he could fight. I know he can't make 130 anymore. With age, it gets tougher and tougher.
I'm glad that you are saying this because let me tell you, on this program, we take callers, and there's a lot of people that think JoJo will beat Oscar Duarte. I guess it's the Ryan Garcia effect. They don't want to give Garcia credit. They want to believe he's not a real boxer, but I think Duarte is a solid opponent, very durable,
solid,
and
very
punches,
durable, very strong.
Yeah, he punches hard. I don't think JoJo can beat him. Yes, Duarte's moving up. It's only a second fight at 40, but he was very strong at 35, and I only see him stronger at 40. Ryan was fast. That shoulder roll, people laugh at Ryan, but he was effective offensively out of that shoulder roll. He's coming out of that shoulder roll with 3 punches.
Punch. People don't remember. Ryan can punch. I'm not saying it's powerful like a Canelo punch where it comes with all the power and the strength, but Ryan has knocked out Fonseca, who went rounds with Davis, has knocked out Duno, who's very durable. He can knock you out with 1 punch because it's that explosiveness, that speed, the one you don't see coming. Duarte has probably gotten hit with better shots in his past fights. However, Duarte's walking in, coming with force. Ryan's coming back and turning that punch in and catches him with that shot that you don't expect coming, that you don't tighten up for and see it coming and take it. No. Boom. You caught me when I wasn't ready for it. That's Ryan. Ryan can knock you out like this with 1 punch.
What's your thoughts on Ryan? I mean, you've been working with him for a while, and obviously you probably have no dealings at this point. I don't know, but the world doesn't know if he's just promoting, if he's losing his mind, if he's having another mental breakdown. He suffered with, mental health issues in the past. Do you think this is a new way of promoting for Ryan?
Ryan's very intelligent. Ryan is very different. And I say that in a good way. He's very different because what he's done with social media as a boxer, it can't be replicated. I mean, no other fighter's done what he's done. I mean, think of it. Ryan hasn't been a world champion, and look at the following he has. He's done an amazing job with that. So I want to say, the mental illness that he's had in the past, the stress, the anxiety, I believe that 100% to have happened. This is a young man that had so much, I'm not saying too soon, but so much at one time to carry. For an adult is a lot of pressure. And at a young age, he carried a lot on his shoulders and a lot of pressures and a lot of decisions. And not just as a fighter, you want to be able to get in that ring and not have to worry about other stuff. You have enough to worry about your opponent, your life on the line. But when you have a lot of things going on at the same time, and I'm even saying, Ryan has a lot of businesses outside of boxing because of the social media, because he's so big, because he's a star there. So a lot going on so fast. What I see right now, yeah, I was even like, whoa, this is not the Ryan I know. And not even what he's posting or saying, just a press conference of F-bombs here, F-bombs there. That wasn't Ryan. But there comes a point where the little boy, the young man turns into a man, and there's so many people around. This, you should do this, you should do that, you should say this, and you start, and some things stick here, they come out all of a sudden, because I remember him saying it. I believe it is a way of him promoting in a different way that we have never seen before. We've never been on social media. If we wouldn't have social media, this wouldn't have been coming out, and he couldn't have expressed himself. I believe some of the stuff that he truly believes it, and is trying to say, if I'm at the stage of focus where people listen to me and hear me, well, this is what I want to let the people know. But I also believe that he is there to win. I would have personally liked, as a Ryan, someone that worked with Ryan most of his career, done a lot of his fights, seen him grow. I would have liked to have seen a couple more fights with Derek James to adjust more to the weight, to get on a parallel activity and mind tested for his own good, like Haney. Haney's been through fire. Haney fought Lomachenko, one of the highest IQs in boxing that we've ever seen. And whether people believe Haney won or lost, that's not the point. He was there and made it that close that people think he lost or won, whatever. But for a young kid, this young still, to be matching IQ with a fighter as advanced as Lomachenko, who had 300 amateur fights, that's very impressive. For a fighter at his age to go to Australia twice and beat and then go back and defend, that's mind battling. That's a battle of the minds. That this is a young man who knows I cannot be beat. Where Ryan needed a little bit more, in my personal opinion, of I've been tested and I've gone through that. At one time I wanted to do Ryan and JoJo, and I thought that would have been a hell of a fight in LA. I tried, and especially before the Gervonta fight, I said, Ryan, Gervonta before, JoJo before Gervonta. He's a southpaw, about the same height. And guess what? JoJo's rugged, tough. You're going to see that with Gervonta. You're going to have to be adjusted to that. But he didn't want, it was a personal thing with JoJo. He's talking crap about it. They didn't want to fight JoJo. But I thought that would have been a hell of a fight in LA, because they both would have brought in their crowd. I think I would have preferred to see battle tested. Now, on the other side on the flip side of the coin is, I love where this new generation is going now. We're getting away from these guys fighting when they're 35. They're now willing to test each other in their early 20s, like it should be. Teofimo fought Lomachenko. Teofimo, taking these chances. Devin, of course. Ryan now fought Gervonta. Now he's going to fight Haney, two of the top in the world of boxing. So I'm liking where this new generation is going, that they're taking risks, and the zero is not the most important thing now. They're seeing that, hey, I can lose a fight. Canelo's lost, and he's still on top of the game.
What sort of shot are you giving Ryan in this fight? Devin is not the same person that he was when he jumped in the ring with Ryan on DAZN all those years ago. Devin's gone on to Undisputed, win titles in multiple divisions, where Ryan, has only beat Duarte since then, really. What sort of shot do you give him?
Well, that's why I said I would have liked to see Ryan a little bit more active, gone through a little bit more tests, gone through a little bit more fire, not because of more than anything so that in his mind, I've been there, I've done it, I got cut, I fought on, I want, for his own sake. Devin has gone through it. He's not the little. Devin went from little boy to young man to a man. Devin believes 100%. Devin's dedicated 100%. He's full-time 100%. So What kind of shot? The puncher shot. Ryan has the puncher shot to catch Devin and hurt him. They are not the same fighters they were when the amateurs. That for sure. That's out the window. That's out the door. You got a much better fighter in Devin today than whatever he was as good as he was at the amateurs. You have a much physically man now with Ryan, but I believe it favors right now the rhythm. I mean, obviously my heart's with Ryan. I've always ridden with Ryan. I worked with Ryan, but I have to favor Devin based on the momentum of where they are now going into the fight. Devin has this way, and I faced him with Linares, I faced him with Jojo, and then I became a fan. He has a way of controlling your pace. He has a beautiful jab. He controls your output. Look at Kambosos against Teofimo. Look at Kambosos against him. You know, when Linares fought him, if you remember the first 9 rounds, Linares couldn't get off, and I thought, okay, father time, inactivities hurting Linares. But then Jojo, same thing. Kambosos, same thing. Regis, I think, broke a record for the lowest output in that's Devin, though. It can't be one guy or this guy. And when it's all of them together, that has to be Devin. Something that Floyd did very well.
You have a lot of experience. How do you interpret the perception of Devin, right? We're getting phone calls where they're calling him a boring fighter. But it's fan bases.
Yes.
I believe it's the Tank fan base, that calls Devin boring or not economical. He doesn't sell because that style isn't conducive to what Tank does. But as a matchmaker, knowing what networks want on television, is Devin Haney that, or is he in that gray area where, yeah, he can be exciting, but he can also be what television considers boring? Or is that just a myth to try to put him down, not to get those big fights?
100% it's a myth. Devin's not boring. That's the responsibility as well as the matchmaker. Hey, it takes two to tango. I could have a great fighter in a boring fight. I could have a very exciting fight in a boring fight. If I match him up with somebody that's holding and tying and running, I mean, it's a stinker of a fight. And we've seen that not just with Devin, with other fighters, but it takes two to tango. I love watching Devin. Again, one side, I said, okay, it wasn't a fluke, with Linares. Okay, we're going to win. I was confident there as well. We're going to take a young man to school. He doesn't have the experience. You can't buy experience. You're going to have to go through it, which is what he's done. But I thought at that time, Jorge's just going to school him. He slows Jorge's pace down. He slows Jojo's pace down. He makes you be conservative. And that's because of his IQ. I mean, with Lomachenko, that wasn't exciting. That was a hell of I loved it. I enjoyed the fight.
Did you think he won? Because a lot of people say he did or he didn't win.
I gave the fight at the end before the decision. I thought Lomachenko won by 1 round. But that's where people have to understand. If you think one guy won by 1 point or the other guy won by 1 point, it's not a robbery. It's not a robbery because one round that I might have seen close or given it to one guy could have gone to the other guy. So I was not upset. Even before the decision, I said, I think Loma won, but Devin won already, regardless, because he's competing at this high of a level with this kind of fighter, and he's right in there. If they would have given it a draw, I'm okay with it. If they would have they gave it to Devin, I was okay with it. They would have given it to Lomachenko, I would have been, but 1 point, either way. But he's matched. And I think that's where he's growing. That's where he mentally gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And it was killing him to make 135. I mean, I saw him 2 times that way. So today at 140, I could see him going up to 47 easily in another year. And so is Ryan. I could see Ryan going to 54, maybe even 60, because he's so big, his upper body is so big.
Again, matchmaking standpoint, Floyd Schofield, his father, they believe they beat Devin, they beat Shakur. they've been calling out these top names, but since, and again, I guess you can maybe you feel like you can't answer since you're no longer with the company. Since Alberto Mercado, they've sidestepped Floyd Schofield. He hasn't gone forward. The only forward fight that they've quote unquote attempted to make is the JoJo fight. But any other name that they mention or that sticks is less than Mercado. Did you see something in the Mercado fight that you believe made them pump the brakes on Schofield?
I did the Mercado fight. Before I left, the fight was already done. I did the Mercado fight. It was a fight that I wanted to do. I know everybody was high on Floyd, but it's a process, and it has to be little by little, gradually building and building and building, because you can't go from A to Z and jump over in the in between. You have to. The fighter has to struggle a fight. You have to little by little progress. And when they're passing flying colors, even when you're stepping them up, like a Virgil Ortiz, knocking everybody out, okay, then I'll step up again and step up again and step up again. And he continues to knock these guys out. Then you're like, wow, this is something special. Schofield has a lot of talent. He's a hard worker, good-looking kid. I think he is definitely on his way to becoming one of that next generation stars, because he definitely trains hard. He has the package, great smile. It's not just about being hard 24/7. You got to hard and then switch it off, and he gets it. But what's the rush when you're this young? Baby steps. Don't try to go too fast, because that's where it's so easy to get to do it too fast. See, sometimes if you go too slow, it's bad. Then you want to rush it when it's too late. But if you go too fast, you can ruin a career too. So it's like, it's a fine line, but I don't understand what the rush is. I mean, I remember being told you got to put him on co-main event for that Mercado fight. It's like, as long as he's in the opener, because he's getting TV exposure. But the opponent, little by little, by the end of the year, he could be on the co-main event. But what's the co-main event? Then by the end of the year, main event. But if you go main event, you got to have a main event type opponent. The Espacio is better. You're going to get there, and you're going to get there perfectly fine.
Do you believe Golden Boy will sign Shakur? Shakur obviously is not re-signing. I'm sure you've heard that throughout the industry. Where do you see Shakur ending up? I don't know any James Prince fighter, Antonio Leonard co-promoted fighter, not with Top Rank. You've been in the business longer, by about 10 years. Is there anyone that's ever been with James and not with Top Rank?
Ward was with Goosen for a little bit, but
that's right.
Yeah. I don't see Shakur going anywhere else. I mean, I don't see it. I read recently, I think today or yesterday, that Bob said something like, yeah, he hasn't resigned or something like that. But I really think that's where the fights are. That's his home. I think, what they need to do, social media is killing, because these guys are, and I say kids because I'm not much older, but they speak their mind off right away real quick. I think they need to sit down at the table. That's how I like the old school way. Let's sit down, work things out. Because the more they throw things outside publicly, yeah, it's great news for the fans and media and everything, but there's more damage being done on both sides than to sit down and say, let's work things out. What is it that you don't like? What is it that you like? What is it you're looking for? What is it? I think Shakur, like when he said he was going to retire, we all knew he wasn't going to retire. Teofimo, I'm retired. We knew he wasn't. Okay, give up the belts then. That cost you so much to get him. It's a new way of like, I need attention. I need to sit down. I'm going to catch your attention. I'm not happy. I'm not, and we're seeing it not just with one, with the other. Ryan's had his, things with Golden Boy. And I think everybody needs to like, okay, this is your business. Sit down as a businessman and work it out. But I think Shakur, obviously, I mean, a fight with Oscar Valdez, a fight with Navarrete, a fight. I mean, there's so many fights out there that could be made. Where else? PBC. But then again, the relationship from past and this, it's can everybody set it aside in its business? Because imagine Shakur against Gervonta. I mean, that's a fight that people will buy. Matchroom, because then there's Haney. I think Top Rank's his home.
You think Shakur's a big enough star where James Prince can, change his business ways? And because, like you said, previous relationships were, I'm assuming you're talking about, the Floyd thing with James. So, like, how can Shakur really go over there? But if we bury the hatchet, then it's the betterment of the fighter. Can you see that?
James is a businessman. I could see that on that, if it benefits Shakur. I just think that right now they have a home, and it's easier to fix things if there is something to be fixed. I don't know, because I'm on the outside, but the fights are there to be made. It's just negotiate them. And I think a lot that we have to see too is a reset of there is no more HBO. There is no more Showtime. There has to be a reset. And that has to start on the level of all promoters of saying, okay, look, fighters need to get paid. Yes. But fighters need to also, and that's where I also enjoy this part more. Having worked with the promotion for so many years, now working with fighters, understand the promoters have to make money. It's a business. Understand the fighters have to make money. It's their life on their line. But there was a point where it got out of control. And, they're paying this much, we're going to pay more. They're paying that much more, we're going to pay more. And yes, at the end, it benefited a lot of fighters, but it wasn't sustainable. And what you want is to create a fair market value where it sustains and it's doable for the long term. And you're not trying to, I pay my guys more so that the other promoters, their fighters hear it and want to leave them and want to come over here. There's enough in the business. And what promoters need to do is say, let's get together. My guy fights your guy. Look, when I was at Golden Boy, I kept pushing and pushing and pushing. Once a year, at the end of the year, let's do Golden Boy against Matchroom on a DAZN card. I mean, we're both under the same umbrella. Let's do it once a year, our best against your best. And guess what? My guys were going to lose sometimes. My guys were going to win sometimes. It'd be friendly competition. It gives you a little fight. Oh, man, they got me this time. I got to get them back next time. The fans win. Boxing wins. And the fighters make a lot of money because at the end of the day, fans are not worried about the zero as much as good fighters fighting each other. They'll pay to come back and see the guy that lost, that fought his. I was at the PBC show the other day. Pitbull wins. And I hadn't heard a crowd like that in ages. They went crazy. I mean, take it, there was a lot of Mexicans, but I didn't think Pitbull had that attraction. But the crowd went crazy. And people, even Danny Garcia, I saw interviews later, man, this Pitbull, he won over a lot of people. And it was
his social media numbers have, it's insane, in the amount of hours, how they just keep rising since that fight.
And he's lost a couple fights. And look, I'm a fan of Pitbull, but as a boxing guy, he comes forward, throws madrazos, chingazos, but there's no feints. There's no, boxing. He just comes forward. Maybe that's what people like. And great, that to each their own, but he's earned so much love of the people because he gives it 100%. But it's not like I'm watching a clinic. I know what I'm going to get with Pitbull. And maybe that's what they like. Obviously, being in the game, I want to see a little bit more of the feint, the head movement, the sidestep and this and that. Maybe he didn't need it in this fight, but all applause the way the people went crazy on Pitbull. Even in Mexico, they're drawing arts all over the streets now and everything. Pitbull, he's the thing right now. And props to him. Now he's a world champion. He earned it. He deserved it. But that's what I'm saying. The people went crazy. there you have like a new face of boxing for Mexico.
Obviously, you know, being a matchmaker now, an advisor, he's not your fighter. I'm not asking you to give professional advice, but if you were with Pitbull, what would you recommend? Because there's reports that he's saying him and his team have to talk to decide whether he's going to stay at 40 or drop back down to 35. After the win, what do you think would be best?
Look, it reminds me of Saddam Ali. He wins the world title against Miguel Cotto at 54, right? But he's not a 54-pounder. So you try to go back to 47, your better weight, because not even 47, he was small.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you tell a fighter you're now a world champion, but go back? Remember the contracts. As a world champion, I'm going to make X. But if I'm not a world champion now, I'm going to make Z. Then screw it. I won the world title. I beat him great. I might as well stay here. So it's hard. Yes, he's small, and if he can make 35, go back to 35 and campaign at 35. But start all over again when you're at 40 as a world champion, and we may be at a disadvantage against the other champions, but purse-wise, we're at an advantage to say we'll fight the Tszyu, we'll fight the Haney, we'll fight Gervonta, you give me the rematch that I've been wanting, but it's at 140 for my title. I think that's what we'll probably see more. Gervonta could go up to 140 and now become champion, and now he's a player back in there, and then he got the rematch out of the way too. So unless they make some kind of arrangement where Gervonta goes to 140 and fights for the vacant title that Pitbull leaves, and Pitbull could go to 35 and fight for the vacant title that Gervonta leaves, then it's a win-win for both of them. But how do you say walk away from a big payday as a champion? I earned it. I want to defend it. And that's what happened with Saddam. You know, with Saddam, I remember saying, let's fight, good fight against Eddie Gomez. We had Eddie Gomez. I said, I'll give Eddie a shot at the title. Eddie's from the Bronx. Saddam's from Brooklyn. No, we're not going to fight Eddie. I think there was some personal stuff. Then I said, Rashidi Ellis. No, we're not going to fight Rashidi Ellis. Then the Munguia name came out of nowhere, and it was like, yeah, we'll fight Munguia. And it was like, oh, okay. And obviously Munguia was physically too big, too strong. And because Saddam, you know, props to him, he beat a Miguel Cotto who tore his bicep in the second round and fought one-armed. That was Miguel's last fight, regardless if he would have won. He had already decided, this is it. I'm going to retire in the Garden, and that's a career. So Saddam wins the title. And again, props to him. He wanted to fight so bad. And of course, you lose to a legend like Miguel Cotto, there's no shame. But you win, you're starting. But unfortunately, he didn't go on to, if the right thing now, if you look at it Monday night after, is go back to 47. But again, the Saddam, finally I'm here. Finally, I'm a world champion. Finally, I'm going to get those big, big paydays. Oh, no, let me give it up and now go to really where my body really adjusts and has a better chance. Or do you say, let's get that payday?
A fight the Top Rank just announced. I wanted to just get your thoughts. What sort of chance does he have? If you're familiar with Brian Norman Jr. taking on the big welterweight Giovanni Stantillan, you must know him because of his win over Rocha, who you're familiar with. What sort of chances you give Norman? I mean, I'm getting cash out vibes from Top Rank with Brian Norman. Norman, on the other hand, and his father seriously believe they could beat Giovanni. I had talked to him even before this fight was announced and before the fight with Boca Chica, and Giovanni was on the table for them. They had already said yes to that, but then they had the Boca Chica performance where no contest, headbutts, and it just has not been looking good for Norman. Can he pull it off because he's rising to the occasion? Sometimes fighters step up to the level of competition and fight down to the level of competition.
Well, one thing you can never count out is when there's a very confident fighter. A very confident fighter gives you that security that, trust me, I'm going to win, I'm going to win, I'm going to win. Obviously, an undefeated fighter is supposed to be that way, you know, but Giovanni's coming off such a big win that his confidence also boosted up. And not just a small boost. Giovanni comes in as an opponent and walks out as the winner. And now he's coming in as, you're bringing me an opponent. now I am the winner. Now I am the A side, and I'm being treated that way. Giovanni, I think you have to give him the edge 100%. And this is Norman's test. He's gonna be tested, and it is a tough test. So I like his confidence. I mean, this, when you tell me that they had already accepted him before, that's. But sometimes your team has to say no. I mean, there was times where Omar Figueroa would say, "Hey, I'll fight Omar Chavez right now," and I'm like, "It's not time. We're at 8 fights." Renato Gomez told me, "I want to fight Lomachenko when he was, early on, or I'll fight Ryan Garcia." I said, "No, that's not business right now. We got to wait till it's business." So sometimes your team, you have to hold back your fighter. You love to hear the confidence. I hate it when, "No, give me 2 more fights. I'm not ready for this guy." That's like, what? But when you have a fighter that says, "Yes, I'm ready. I'll fight whoever. Who do you want? I got this guy. Oh, yeah, let's do it." You love that confidence. But sometimes the team has to say, "Not yet. Let's get momentum. Let's get momentum. Let's see how," with Rocha, I always wanted to do Antonio DeMarco. I wanted to do Antonio DeMarco because, number one, you had a former world champion. Number two, southpaw, you're getting him ready for Spencer Crawford. Number three, in the eyes of many, myself included, I thought he beat Santillan. So I would have gone the Antonio DeMarco side more than the Santillan side, because it was like, in all due respect to DeMarco, he was a world champion at 35, 40, but not a 47-pounder, and he's towards the end. So I like that one more. I talked to, when I was at Golden Boy, to Rocha and his team about it, and that's who I was targeting. Again, the southpaw, prepare you for Spence, for Crawford, whoever won that fight, or for either if they didn't fight each other. Former world champion, and in the eyes of many, had beat Santillan. When Santillan was done, I was like, oh, okay, this is a tough fight, good fight. They knew each other, they sparred each other, and I was surprised. That's where Santillan rose to the occasion.
So Sugar Shane Mosley Jr., why do you, well, first and foremost, in your time with Mosley Jr., has the Berlanga fight ever been offered?
No. In my time with Junior, no. No, we talked about, I mean, obviously I did the Quigley fight. I did the Rosado fight. There was fights, maybe I talked about a Munguia fight. Berlanga, no, never came. At least when I was there, never crossed my mind. Never was approached or talked about. Berlanga was with Top Rank, so there wasn't like a lot of work between that. And then when he went to Matchroom, that fight never came through. In fact, the only reason it was done with Jason Quigley was because at that time I had gone. Jason was no longer with Golden Boy, and we got the win for him to retire in Ireland. And then the call came and said, "Hey, would you be interested in a Berlanga fight?"
What's your thoughts on Berlanga? I mean, the audience seems to be split. They either think he's a hype job or he's a superstar. How good can he be? He seems to be refocused, dialed in. He's moved away from New York City. He's in Tampa. But, his last fight still is McCory, not one of the top names at 68.
I think with Berlanga, and again, people have to understand and be patient. Look, Berlanga knocked out 14 of his first opponents, all in the first round. So he didn't grow much with experience in the rounds, because the first 14 fights were 14 rounds. He's now getting that experience and getting that. I was at the Orlando fight, his last one with McCory, because I had Cano against Giasov. I sat there and watched him because he had just beaten Jason. I saw some flaws in the Jason Quigley fight. Jason hurt him a couple times as Berlanga walked into and got caught with some jabs. I saw a much more composed fighter in this last fight, not as reckless. And that's what he's going to need going into these fights against these bigger, tougher guys. that now have more experience that are going to want him to come in reckless and get caught with something. So I liked what I saw in this last fight, regardless of who the opponent was. The way he fought, he was composed.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. I don't want you to shorten your answer because I interrupted. Go ahead.
Well, I just liked what I saw. I saw patience. And what comes with patience is your breathing is more controlled, so you don't get tired as much. And what could happen with a Berlanga, because of all the knockouts in the first round, after 3 or 4 rounds, I'm tired now because I didn't knock you out in the first 2 or 3 rounds like I'm supposed to. So now in the deep end, I might get beat by a guy because he took me into rounds. So getting the rounds is important, but also learning to a pace, fight at a slower pace, fight at a not so rushed. You're not going to make mistakes. You're going to see things slower. And that's what I saw, a more experienced Berlanga. And he still knocked him out and looked good at it.
Absolutely. So can Berlanga beat Diego Pacheco in your opinion? He seems to have had a change of heart since Pacheco's latest fight with Sean McCallum. He's called him, flat out a bum and believes he can beat him. Should Matchroom take that chance on Berlanga's last fight? Do you see that as a company, or would that fight only happen if he re-signs? And how does that fight play out?
I wouldn't do the fight because now I'm going to eliminate one player from that division to fight one of the big guys. And I'd rather have 2 than 1. I think it's a fun fight because they're both very similar. They're both seek and destroy. Obviously, it sells Mexico against Puerto Rico. But if I'm Matchroom, I try to take both to that promised land of saying, okay, you both go in there and fight for the big guy if they can get there. And yeah, if both of them lose or something, then they can fight each other. That fight's always going to be fun and exciting and people will tune in. But if the business part says you both have to go in there and fight a Munguia or fight a Canelo, whoever wins in that fight.
So I take it that would be the same mindset that you and Golden Boy had when, quote unquote, allegedly turned down offers from Andrade and Charlo for 160 for Munguia. Why do you think, you guys didn't accept an Andrade or a Charlo offer for Munguia?
Andrade had a very difficult style. I spoke to Andrade after the fight with Benavidez. I congratulated him. I said, hey, you showed a lot of heart and everything, but, you maybe fought in there too much against this monster. You should have boxed more and been the Andrade of before. Maybe what people say the boring one, but that would have been the smarter thing maybe. But obviously it's easy after the fact, no? But I gave him a lot of commendum for showing that heart and sticking in there. With Charlo turned it down. Oscar offered him a fight, and they said, I'm not saying Charlo personally, his team turned it down and said, look, we're far apart. So the fight never progressed. But it was a fight that Munguia did want against Charlo.
And why not Benavidez? Was it simply, if we agree to fight Benavidez, we lose the opportunity at Canelo? Because Benavidez and his father seem to believe that they agreed to 50-50, everything was done, and then Jaime and his team pulled out.
There was a moment where Beltran and the team said, yeah, we'll fight. They even Bivol. I remember when Bivol beat Canelo, that, Jaime and Fernando said, hey, get us Bivol. But it's crazy to even think at the moment that it was like, get us next, because I think Jaime was still 160, and to go jump to 175 just like that, nah, you got to gradually get there. And look, I commend Fernando. And I remember living it through with Deontay Wilder, where people are, he's only fighting this, he's only fighting bums, he's only fighting cans, well, you're grooming, you're bettering. You see a little flaw here, let's fix this, let's fix that, But look where Fernando and Munguia are now. This is where you want to be. A few weeks away from the biggest fight that Munguia could have ever made. Who knows if he would have fought Golovkin a few years ago, if we would have even been here today. But I say something that I've learned with experience is God's timing is perfect. And it's so true. And right now, Munguia is probably, could have been one more or two more under Freddie but could Canelo have retired in one or two more of Munguia's? Or I think it's a perfect time. It is a good fight. I see a couple things. Munguia is physically, he's young, he's strong, he hasn't been beaten, so he's fresh. He throws a lot of punches. It's what Munguia shows up. Does Munguia come to try to win, but win impressively to try to knock out Canelo? Does Munguia say, let's be smart and box, and Freddie, hey, let's box and be smart and don't get caught? That depends on the outcome of the fight. What Munguia brings. We know what Canelo brings. And we know, but we also know, and this is what's exciting about this fight. And again, I'm not promoting it anymore, but when you get two Mexicans in the ring, I know the cliche, you get a warrior. It's more than just that. I can lose. We saw with Barrera Morales so many times. Barrera can lose to Junior Jones. There's no hatred. They get along. He could lose to this guy, that. Morales lost to Kid Rahim, and he was cool. He lost to Pacquiao. He was cool. But it's almost like I can't lose to a fellow countryman. If I go back to Mexico, I still got to be number one, no matter what happens. So I think that the pride, the honor, just gives it the recipe of a can't miss. I see a hell of a fight while it lasts. Obviously, I worked with both of them for many years. I don't see it going the distance. I see a knockout. And we know Canelo has a chin of granite. So, but I see a hell of a fight while it lasts. And I couldn't be surprised, too, because you never know. In a sense, you never know when Father Time says, hey, I'm here, and you can't avoid me. You never know.
Speaking of avoiding, what's your personal opinion? Does Canelo give the public the Benavidez fight, or is it too much for us to ask for him to fight Benavidez?
I've known Canelo since he was 15 years old. And this is when we mentioned Danny Garcia. There was fights I told Canelo and the team not to take. One of them being Austin Trout, one of them being Lara. And Canelo's never been a guy to say no to a fight, no to an opponent. I think it's more of I just don't like your approach and how you're doing. And at the same time, where nobody's giving him the credit where you won't fight Lara, you won't fight Trout, you won't fight Golovkin. So he fights Bivol, he fights Kovalev, way out of his comfort zone. And yet still, but he won't fight Benavidez now. And he won't fight. It's like, it doesn't matter. He fights Benavidez. Tomorrow they say, well, he won't fight Usyk. There's always going to be something. And that's just a sign of, one, boxing fans are never happy. They never enjoy the moment. Once Canelo leaves and retires, people be like, man, but when Canelo, enjoy what we have now. I think he'd fight Benavidez. I do like the fight. Obviously, as a fan, I think it's a hell of a fight. But, and with all due respect, I love the Benavidez. I'm real close with his father and everything, but that's stylistically, and we go back into the matchmaking, his styles make fights. That's a much better fight for Canelo, for Canelo's style. That's the style that actually makes Canelo look like fire.
Benavidez?
Angulo came at him. Kirkland came at him. Anybody that comes at him to fire, let's go toe-to-toe, Canelo's a master counterpuncher. He's a master counterpuncher. And now at the IQ level that he's at, it's not a lot of shots. Remember Mayweather. It's just the right shots, the right timing, the right moment. I think that's what we see with Canelo and Benavidez. Hell of a fight, of course. But David gets hit. David throws a lot of punches. David gets hit. That's one thing that favors David. He throws a lot of punches. But when you throw a lot of punches, you're open to a lot of counter punches. Obviously, it's the fight that, people are going to, everything's going to close down and all eyes here. But I think people are going to see and say, wow, a lot of people say he's flat-footed. A lot of people say he's slow. But once they're in the ring, like, oh shit, he's not as slow as I thought. Oh, he hits harder he's harder to hit than I thought. Danny Jacobs missed a lot against Canelo with all the head movement and bending and everything. It's who can bring it out. Who can bring it out? I think we'll see a little bit with Munguia. I think Munguia is going to bring out some of that what we haven't been seeing lately.
Did you get? Do you still have time? I don't want to keep you.
No, of course, absolutely.
Did you were you as shocked as most boxing fans when we heard Canelo say he needed $200 million to fight Benavidez, or did you take it as tongue in cheek? He's not really asking for that. He's just fucking around.
I was shocked, but with Canelo, it's look, he's at a point right now. I think there's nothing to prove. Do I think somebody's going to come and say, here's 150, 200 million? No, again, we have to, in boxing in a whole, in general, we have to stabilize that. We have to bring back that market value to now. Can somebody pay that? You never know. Could I ever dream that somebody was going to be paying a fighter $50 million for a fight? No. I didn't think we're there. I don't think we're there, but we are. But that's what you're hearing. Fighters get paid and this and that. Now, the more the merrier. Okay, great. But I was shocked in the sense of, I personally, I'd rather somebody not say that. It not put a tag on it. Hey, if the fans want it, we'll get it. If he earns it, if he doesn't limit her, if he beats this guy, I'd rather it go the old-fashioned way. But do I see it happening? I think so. He's never ducked the fight. I mean, I'm telling you, the Bivol fight, the Kovalev fight, never dreamt. I mean, think of it. Saul started at 147 to be fighting at 175.
140.
Yeah, Sugar Ray did it, but that's where he is. That's the kind of fight. I'm not saying he's Sugar Ray, but he is one of those fighters that does take challenges and does take fights, and he could have been fighting Joe Blows for the rest of his career and then just call it a day. He's still going to get paid that kind of money, but at the same time, I do always see him. I've known him for many years of, I want to go down as one of the greatest. I want legacy is important to me. The money, he knows it's going to come. He is a smart businessman in that part.
Last one on that, Canelo Benavidez. Do you think this is all just him trying to get that mega payday that Canelo, Pacquiao, Mayweather got? Because, he's literally said, and I quote, "I want nothing to do with that fight," end quote. Is he just playing hardball like a beautiful girlfriend that you can't take out on a date? She wants you to keep courting her. What, or is he just at a point where he's frustrated that we hadn't given him credit, I guess universally, for the things that he did do?
I do see it as that. As I think he understands that, look, you're never going to please everybody. The people that support him, that love him, that follow him, that are with him, they're not asking for the Benavidez fight. Those are who he sees. Those are my real fans. Those are my real supporters. The people that are begging, and then there's in the middle, fans that that maybe are not his followers or not Benavidez followers, but understand that this is a hell of a fight. I want to see it as a fight. Okay. But then the ones that naysakers that are always attacking him, that, oh, you won't fight this guy. Because it's the same group, the same people that say, he won't fight this guy, he won't fight that guy. So it's like, even if I fight Benavidez, tomorrow you'll come out with somebody else. I think it's more of that frustration that I haven't been given the credit that I deserve. But again, I even said in an interview after Guadalajara, after the Ryder fight, they asked me, and again, this is as a fan, I would say take some time off, not officially retire, but take a little break, rest the body, You know, you got so much other going on outside of boxing. In the meantime, let, you know, at the time there was the Charlo, there was Benavides, there's Munguia. Let everybody face each other. Put some miles on them, because they haven't been in wars yet, like real war. They haven't had a long career. They're still young. You come back a little while later, and now you fight the guy at the top. And guess what? The money just doubled. And people that, he won't fight it, now are dying to see you back, because once they're gone, that's when man, everybody misses Floyd now. All of a sudden, people that used to, Floyd is boring, Floyd is this. But Floyd had huge events. So it's like, you know, it goes back to the, you know, enjoy what you have when you have it, because once it's gone, you're going to be glamoring for it. And I think that's the story ending. You come back, you know, Sugar Ray did it, Floyd did it, Manny did it. You know, they all took off for a little while, and then they come back, and it's even a bigger fight because, he's coming back for one more. Everybody flocks to see you. But when you're there constantly, I know I could see him. If I don't see him in May, I'll see him in September. If I don't see him in September, I'll see him in May. It's sort of, but again, you know, sometimes they don't want to retire and they want to continue.
In your opinion, how valuable and necessary is that Floyd Mayweather, I guess, what is the word I'm looking for? Backing, you know, giving the world that notice that you're next, like he's done with Tank, because we see Shakur, we see Devin, they're fighting the competition we're asking for. They want to, you know, openly fight those guys. Tank, he doesn't ask for those fights, but somehow he's the biggest and he's the attraction. What's your thoughts on Mayweather Promotions and what they've been able to do with Tank? And can they continue to replicate that? Because it looks like they're about to make another Tank with Carmel Moulton. So what is it? What is it that these other promoters don't like? We give Top Rank, I hate that this question is so long-winded, but just to give you backstory, we give Top Rank all the credit for their great matchmaking and how they can build the fighter, but they never make a fucking pay-per-view star. Like, all the pay-per-view stars seem to be with PBC. What is going on?
Well, I agree with you 100%. The matchmaking at Top Rank is unmatched. They're the top matchmakers. Bruce and Brad are amazing. But all the pay-per-view stars came from Top Rank, you know. Floyd, Oscar, you know, goes back. Chavez, you know, a lot of them came from there. Today, it has died out because I think we have too many pay-per-views. Back in the day when it was pay-per-view, it was the Super Bowl. It was something big. It was a star already. You know, Oscar, Floyd. Then everything started going pay-per-view. And fans started getting like, man, another pay-per-view, another pay-per-view, another pay-per-view. Tank is definitely a very exciting, very fun fighter. But what makes it, I won't say it's not Floyd and Leonard. They've done a tremendous job. But Tank has a lot to with it because he can box, but we haven't seen it. He goes out there and looks for knockouts. He's exciting. He's fun, but he can box. He has an IQ that we don't give him credit because we think, he's a knockout guy. He's exciting. He's fun. But look what he did with Ryan. He pulled Ryan. And Ryan shouldn't have fallen into getting pulled because I have the height. I have the reach. I need you to come to me to try to get on the inside so I can catch you coming in. But Ryan gets pulled and lured, makes a miss, times him, boom. Whether he knew of the injury or not, he still timed him, pulled him by making go a little step back. Now all of a sudden I think, okay, he's backing up from me. No, he's pulling you. Don't fall for it. And then boom, the shot. So Gervonta's very smart. You see it in sparring sessions. You see him control pace. You see him. But yeah, having a Floyd behind you definitely helps. Having an Oscar behind you definitely helps because they've done it. They've gone through it. But that's where the promotion comes in. You know, as great as a promoter, Eddie Hearn, as great as a promoter, Bob Arum, the greatest, they never stepped into the ring. So that for, say, Bernard and Floyd and Oscar talks, when they sit down and talk to their fighter and give them that advice, there is a better communication there. Now, the other guys can talk about, other things, not just the ring, but what does a young fighter want to do and listen to somebody who did it, somebody they looked up to?
Yeah, not to go down that rabbit hole, but it just seems like Ryan doesn't look at Oscar as a mentor, or Bernard. There's been a lot of friction reported through that relationship, renegotiating contracts on social media. He's had numerous issues with Bernard and Oscar thus far. Do you see Carmel Moulton becoming as big as Tank is? He just had a fantastic 8-rounder on the last pay-per-view with Tszyu and Fundora. Were you able to catch that?
I didn't see that one. I saw his debut. I think it was on the Spence Crawford. Very impressive for such a young kid. I can see him being a future, obviously a champion, a star. I would just say, go slow. There's no rush. Do it, go slow.
Well, I wish you would have watched the last fight, because they fought a Leo Santa Cruz.
It was a tough
fighter.
fight. Yeah, it was a tough fight. I saw him. The kid came to win. But that's where the training wheels still shouldn't come off, and it's great. And it's hard sometimes for when the fighters have been so great, like a Mayweather, like an Oscar, like, Bernard, because they fought everybody. So it's like, if I could do it, you can do it. But let's not forget, they were matched early as well. Hey, build there until it counts. Like, what I mean by that is, yeah, Fulton won, but Fulton can't have these type of fights, fight after fight after fight, because you can cut a career short. Too much wear and tear, too much. By the time you get there, it's almost like it's time to retire. So the tough fights need to be when I get to that level. Right now, hey, keep building. Not knockouts in the first round either, because you're not going to progress, you're not going to grow, you're not going to get that experience. You need the rounds right now, but they can't be every tough fight. So if you have a tough fight right now, I'd go back to getting something. Okay, let's get something short. And then another short. Let's put them in the southpaw. Let's put them with different styles. Okay, now we got to get a little test here. And then after the little test, okay, let's go back to it. So it can't be test after test after test, because he's still a baby. He's still a baby. He's still growing. And there's a high potential. High potential.
Is Virgil Ortiz still a baby in your eyes? Because I swear to God, you guys have, and I know you're not with them anymore, but you, I'm sure, have matched 80% of his fight. What is going on? Like, I mean, he's got 3 divisions now, no world title, no top 5 opponent. What is it that you guys know that we don't know? What the hell is going on?
It's very unfortunate. It is something that's like, wow. Some fighters, and no knock, I'm not going to say his name. Some fighters are 2-division world champions that shouldn't have been fighting for a world title. And he's an ex-champion now. But how he won world titles, props to him. Great. Virgil, it's very unfortunate. Virgil should be a 2-division world champion going on his 3rd division. By the time he was getting close to that 1st division at 140, his body just outgrew it. And it was just like, we got to jump to 47. We were close. Then comes 47, and obviously we know that, he was in line to fight for the world title against Stanionis, and, that fight just wasn't meant to be. 4 times it got canceled. Stanionis had the appendicitis, and then Virgil got sick 2 or 3 times. And I think at 54, God willing, I mean, Virgil is one of the kids that works. Nobody works harder than him. Dedicated, doesn't have all the outside distractions. So if it was in terms of who deserves it more, Virgil should be a 4 or 5-time world champion by now, because he works hard, he's dedicated, he's disciplined, super talented. He was a kid that I kept saying, like, you check every fight and slow it down and then speed it up. He fought a former world champion, I think, in his 10th fight, Juan Carlos Salgado, knocks him out. Mauricio Herrera knocks him out. I mean, he's done perfect. I done every single fight of Virgil except up to the last one this year in Vegas. And even
Frederick Lawson, right?
With Lawson.
Which is crazy because somehow Lawson is coming right back to Golden Boy.
Yeah.
After the referee claiming that he had an aneurysm. I don't understand what's going on, but...
Yeah, that was scary when I saw it, and it was like, okay. Well, obviously, he put on a good fight with Rocha. But with Virgil, I know he's going to be a world champion. We have not even seen how good he is. He's not a baby. He's a man ready to win the world title, and I think... this year, he will be a world champion. As a fan, the fight to make, him against Charlo or him against Spence. Both Texans, one, I don't know if he still holds any belts or they stripped them all, but, that's a fight that is beautiful for Texas. And regardless of what people say, he went the distance with Canelo. I don't see him going the distance with Virgil. And then Spence in Dallas against Virgil. Obviously Spence get a couple fights in, get some wins to show that, hey, the Crawford fights in the past, get some confidence back in this. But that's a fight as a fan that I would love to see. And I have to favor Virgil in both of them. Virgil he is the guy. He is the guy. It's very unfortunate that he doesn't walk into the 54 division, at least with one title. But again, God's timing, for whatever reason, it wasn't his time. But this is a kid that, again, works his ass off, is disciplined, and is so talented. We all see one side of Virgil, the guy that comes out and knocks you out. He's a big puncher. We haven't seen the other side because, again, similar to Canelo, nobody's brought it out yet. When you guys see it, when the world sees it, they're going to be like, wow, we didn't know he had this. The boxing. Kick a box.
What's your thoughts on this Haney-Garcia undercard? I think that, it's not good. While they have a few A-side names, it's just that. A-sides, in showcase fights. Barboza's fighting an unknown Ireland guy. They're getting Conwell out and busy after almost 2 years off, but I don't see anything helping this pay-per-view. Do you think this is going to be a success? Because a lot is riding on it. Obviously, if it doesn't do well, the winner can't get a tank fight.
Here's the thing that a lot of times in the negotiating, the guarantees, the upside, the main event takes so much of that money and that budget that you have no more money for an undercard. And today, because of where the prices have gone, the purses have gone, nobody will take a risk and nobody will fight. It's very hard. It's very hard to put the days of, and I went to those, Chavez, and on the undercard, Frankie Randall and Jesse James Leija and Finito Lopez. And wow, you had, I remember Chavez fighting Trinidad against Yori Boy was on the undercard. Jesse James Leija fought Gabriel Ruelas on the undercard. Koji fought Frankie Randall on the undercard. I mean, you had 5 or 6 fights that could have been a main event. And it was just an extravagant. I mean, when I showed up to the arena, Finito Lopez had already defended his title. I'm like, what are you talking about? I miss Finito. We lost that because now 90% of that goes to the main event. So now you have no room for, now you do these main events where, okay, you're going to get a guarantee of this. And guess what? The winner will get an extra this, but let's get out of the upside. And I know the fighters are going to help me, and I'm helping fighters now. I'm managing fighters. Hey, if I'm going to go in and say I'm going to try to get upside, but in general, for the good of boxing is I want to see a great appetizer. Then I want to see a great main course. Then I want to see a great dessert. That's when I sit down and eat. I want a little bit of everything, not just a great dessert at the end, you know? So
how
I
were
think
you
that's what.
guys? I hate to cut it, but how were you guys able to do Lucas Matias and Danny on an undercard of Canelo and Floyd? Like that main event had to be one of the highest, most expensive. So how could Danny get on there versus Lucas?
The purses, even at that time, were high, but not as high as they got. They started going higher and higher and higher. And when they started getting competitive of we pay more than they do, come over here, come over there. And it started getting stuff. I mean, there was fighters getting paid $1 million for a sparring session. Where before it was, yeah, you're going to get paid $1 million, but you're going to fight, hey, Danny, you're going to fight Lucas. And Lucas, you're going to fight Danny. And that was a hell of a card. That was a hell of a card. I mean, but at the same time, Mayweather and Canelo understood, and more in that moment, more Mayweather of saying, I'm willing to sacrifice off my money because I'm the guy here that has to take the biggest share to make a solid undercard. Mayweather was a smart businessman and obviously had the smartest behind him. And now, today, a lot of the young fighters are not thinking like, I want more. Well, I deserve more. I deserve more. You know, right now I heard, and again, I'm on this side now. I heard that Ryan is getting the bigger share than Haney, and Haney has the titles. And I'm glad Haney understood that, and his dad that, okay, you know what? Okay, even though I'm the champion, but a lot of times they don't think that way. I'm the champion. I deserve more. No, you know what? Regardless, Ryan's not a champion. Ryan does bring in more of the views, and that's just going to generate you more money. I told Chavez Jr. when he was going to fight Canelo, he was stuck on the 50-50, and it had to be 50-50, and it wasn't fair. And I told him, you could get 50-50 with Golovkin, but you're going to do the main selling. The people are going to come see you. 60-40, whatever they ended up with Canelo is going to drive more money than 50. So people have to look at and stop thinking about the percentage is more ego because I'm giving up more. I rather have 70-30 of 1 million than 50-50 of 10,000. I mean, forget the percentages. What does it mean here at the end of the day? And that's where they have percentage is ego. If I'm hearing you, because at the end of the day, what is a percentage? How much is it going to make? That's what they have to understand. How many dollars?
Absolutely, man. Let me get to some of these questions from the people before we run out of time. We got James Valdez, San Antonio. What's one of your fondest memories working with Golden Boy Promotions?
Because he's from San Antonio, Omar Figueroa against Nishoka? No, it wasn't Nishoka. Arakawa in San Antonio, fighting for the world title. And this was special for me because when I signed Omar Figueroa, there was a lot of emails that went to Golden Boy saying, who signs your talent? Because whoever signed Omar Figueroa should get fired. And I was like hurt. I was like, whoa, why? And there wasn't one email. It was 2 or 3, 4 emails, 4 calls. Because
But wait. I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt because I received that story as Oscar signing him and going all the way to Omar Figueroa's high school in Walesko, Texas, and making this big deal for this teenage kid. Did that not work out that way?
No, so I get a video from the father. I had seen Omar fight in Texas in one of our small shows. I met the father. In fact, Omar didn't fight. His father was there with another fighter. And he comes up to me and brings me video. Now, I used to get DVDs left and right, everywhere. They'd mail them. I'd watch them on my trips to other fights, on the plane, in the hotel room. And I'd get guys shadow boxing, jumping rope, the next Tyson, the next this, the next Floyd, and far from it, right? Every once in a while, somebody would be really good. But what stood out about this kid was, number one, just before social media, they did a whole production. It was like a movie that I was watching. Very well done video. Knocking guys out. He had like 5 or 6 fights. So I went in and I said, hey, I want you guys to watch this video. Take a look at him. Wow, he looks hot. He's knocking guys out regardless of who they were. But I saw a connection also with fans. And old ladies, young girls, middle-aged people, everybody really liked him. And he was very personable, spoke very well, very polite. So I set up a meeting. We talk. We get on the phone. We sign him. And when we announced it, it was a lot of like, who does your signing? You know, this guy's not a national, not even at a state level. He had a ex-amateur career. I think he did beat Spence, but it wasn't an outstanding amateur. I think Omar had like 50 fights, maybe 30 wins, 20 losses. So when we get to San Antonio and he's fighting for the world title against Arakawa from Japan, he breaks both his hands and wins the world title. That was very special because we shut up a lot of people. He made me proud. It was very exciting fight. I mean, Omar was always in fun fights, exciting fights. And people started changing their mind about Omar. They were like, man, this kid's real. He's good. Hey, bring him here, bring him there. So that made me very proud. And to see the father and son at the time fulfill that dream was cool.
I want to take you back to Jojo Diaz. You said you were responsible for signing him. What sort of relationship did you have? And it obviously had to be a good bond with him or someone close to him, because he's the only fighter from the 2012 outside of Clarissa Shields Olympians not to sign Al, which was always baffling to me.
I was very close with Jojo. I met him right before the Olympics. He hadn't gone to the Olympics. Yeah, I met him. So Jorge Linares is training with Freddie Roach. And Freddie takes him to Colorado Springs because he's working with some of the amateurs for the Olympians. And Jorge calls me one day, hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going in Colorado? I'm talking to him, and how's it going? I said, hey, do me a favor. Keep a close eye on Jose Ramirez. That's who I wanted to sign. I wanted to sign Jose Ramirez. And he says, oh, I sparred him. Jorge tells me, I sparred him. I said, what do you think? Oh, he's good. He's good. But Robert, he says, man, look into this kid named Diaz. He didn't say Jojo. He said, look into this little southpaw Diaz from California. I didn't know Jojo at the time. I didn't know him. I didn't know of him either. And I said, really? He goes, Roberto, one of the best kids I've ever seen. And I said, wow, okay, let me look into it. So I make some calls, and right away, oh yeah, from South Del Monte, Jojo Diaz. So now Golden Boy has a show downtown LA. It wasn't Belasco, it was another theater we had shows at. And in walks the manager at the time, who had a Golden Boy fighter with us, who I had signed, Sharif Bogheri. So he walks in. I said, what's up? How you doing? And he introduces me to this kid who looked 14 years old. And he says, oh, this is Jojo Diaz or Joseph Diaz. And I said, the Olympian? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, man, Linares has talked so high about you. And I like what I saw as far as presence, attitude, persona. And I said, hey, good luck, man. I'll be supporting. I'll be watching. We watched, came back, and I talked to the manager, and I said, I want to sign Joseph Diaz, man. And a lot had to do with Jorge Linares.
That's pretty dope, man. Shout out to Linares, because that was like the one that got away. We got James Benitez in Atlanta that says, was Deontay Wilder and Charlo easy to matchmake for you? Because I wonder what really caused the breakup then and Matchroom. I'm lost here. Was Deontay...
They went to PBC, both of them. And it's a great question. With Deontay, I matched along with Jay Deeds, his manager at the time and trainer, a lot of his fights. And there was a lot of criticism. He's not fighting nobody. He's fighting Kant. One thing I'll say with Deontay was his right hand was for real. He touched you with the right hand, you're going to sleep. But early on in his career at Fantasy Springs, he fought a journeyman called Harold Sconiers. And Harold dropped him really, really hard. And I remember thinking, wow, it's over. It's over. And Deontay got up, shaky legs, got it back. A couple rounds later, knocked out Harold Sconiers. But that told me, if you can stay away from punchers, stay away from punchers until it's that time. And when is that time? When he's fighting for the world title. At that point, I got you here. You're there. I can't fight for you. So I remember when Deontay fought for the world title against Verne in Vegas, the WBC, after the fight, I'm having dinner. They call me and say, hey, we got his belt. how do we get a hold of him? I said, let's take it up to his room. Took it up to his room. I said it then, I'll say it now. It was bittersweet because his contract, that was his last fight with Golden Boy. But I was so proud of Deontay. I took him the belt. I said, congratulations. We shut up a lot of people. We brought the title back to America because he was the first American to win the heavyweight title back. I said, go make it proud. I'll be supporting you from here on out. So the matchmaking was hard because in the heavyweights, how do you stay away from a big puncher? Shit, every punch can be a big punch right there and an ending punch. So it was strategic and tough and here and there. It wasn't tough on them turning down fights. In fact, I just knew, okay, what with Charlo, I saw Charlo in Vegas at the Canelo fight before the Canelo fight, and this made me so proud. Golden Boy started getting a rep of outside people say, well, if you sign with Golden Boy, be ready, man. They're going to match you tough. They match tough. When I first started, I said, I'm not here to build a record. I'm here to build a champion. And I stuck to it. And I loved when that reputation started getting out that Golden Boy matches you tough. So when I saw Charlo and his family one day walking out on the hall of their floor, and I'm walking into my room, he hugs me, gives me some love, this and that, and then tells the family, oh, this is Robert Diaz. He was my matchmaker. He matched me really tough, man. Rob, why'd you do that to me? Why'd you match me so tough all these years? And I said, you know what? And this was right away. I didn't know he was going to throw that at me, but it was like, because that's what got you here. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been here. If you would have been matched soft, you wouldn't have been here to fight Canelo. So now you owe me one. So now go do your thing and do your best. So I was proud of that. I always be proud of that. Yeah, I matched them tough. But when they fought for titles, if they didn't win them, they made sure that they remembered them. The champion would remember them. So I really, really am proud of that. And it was easy because Oscar being a fighter, and that's what I mentioned about Floyd too, is they weren't, they fought everybody. So they weren't one of those that, hey, don't put them in too tough. Don't put them in too tough. They let you work. And that, I think, is a key to success in making good fights.
Absolutely. Keeping it moving here. We have just a few more and we're almost done. We got Luna Glider. Thank you for coming on and for your time, Roberto. What's your favorite fight you helped put together?
I mean, there were so many fights. There were so many that always stick to memory. One of my favorites is, and it's a fight that probably doesn't get a lot of recognition, but Jesus Soto Caras against Yoshihiro Kamagai. We didn't have a network anymore. It was tough. The budget was small. We come out with this small network that had never done sports. It was only a novela, Estrella TV. It's at the Velasco, probably sits about 800 people. So I don't have a big budget. Jesus Soto Caras had fought some of the biggest names already, and I go to him and I said, hey, you're going to fight Yoshihiro. Now, I had tried to make that fight 4 times before it actually happened. So part of me said, you know what? It's not meant to be. Stop pushing for it. But the other part as a fan say, man, this is a can't miss. This is a can't miss. So I make it with little money. It's a war. I mean, a war. And at the end of the night, I'm like, man, nobody deserves to win. I hope the judges get it right. Or nobody deserves to lose. I'm sorry. I hope the judges don't mess it up and go one way or the other, because nobody deserves to lose. And they got it right. A draw. Luckily for that, HBO picked up the rematch. Both fighters got paid a little more. And at that point, yeah, Yoshihiro outworked them, beat them, stopped them. But Jesus Soto Caras was one of my favorites to work with. As a person, really humble, really good guy, funny guy. And fought everybody, man. The guy was a warrior. And another one, and I'll be quick on that one, is I love Miguel Cotto. As a fan, I was always a big fan of Miguel Cotto. I got real close to Miguel Cotto. He called me one day and said, if I get my release from Rock Nation, will you sign me? I said, are you crazy? Of course I'd sign you. It was during a time when Puerto Rico had no world champions. And Puerto Rico, as we know, has had world champions, some of the greatest fighters ever. So I was very proud because once we signed Miguel Cotto, his very next fight, he fights Yoshihiro Kamagai, wins the world title. And within a 6-month period, together we crowned like 4 world champions for Puerto Rico, and it was Tito Acosta, Machado, Miguel Cotto, and Jesus Rojas, all within a 6-month period after not having a world champion. So me being Mexican, you think I'd be champ? No, it was just a coincidence that it happened. They landed in the right fights, but in a short period of time, Puerto Rico had 4 world champions, and me being a little part of it, because they were all tied with Cotto Promotions, or when I had signed Jesus Rojas separately, it was like, wow, we brought 4 world champions to Puerto Rico. So that's one of the proudest moments as well.
I got Saint Knows Best. Would a well put together tournament for specific weight classes work in today's boxing climate? If not, why not? If so, what would you make sure the tournament has in place for it to be successful?
I think tournaments are always fun. The problem with tournaments is because it's a contact sport, baseball, football, basketball, they can do these tournaments and the star player gets injured or one of the players gets injured. There's always replacements. That's the hard part with the tournaments in boxing. If that individual during training gets cut, gets injured, gets sick, doesn't make weight, it postpones and it prolongs and prolongs and prolongs. So you might not get the final in that period of time. Now, you could always have backups, substitutes, be ready, but then it's not the same thing anymore. It's like saying, well, if the Bulls, if Jordan got injured, okay, take out the Bulls and bring in this other team. Then it's not the same thing anymore. So that's what hurts it. But what I would do, similar to a tournament, is, and I did it for a while at Golden Boy with the Facebook, when we got the Facebook dates and fights, is I love doing countries, because there, if fighter A gets injured, okay, replace him with another fighter from Puerto Rico, replace him with another fighter from Mexico, replace him from Venezuela. But it's still, Mexico is going to fight Venezuela tonight, and Puerto Rico is going to fight Philippines tonight. The tournament goes on without postponements. And people tune in to watch their country. It's almost like an Olympic. They're going to turn in to watch their country, not so much that fighter. Because whoever it is, I'm going to support Mexico. I'm going to support Puerto Rico. I'm going to support Venezuela. We did it several times on our Facebook shows, and they were really cool. It was really fun bringing out all the fighters before they fought, doing the national anthems for both countries, the flags there. They're in as teammates. You already have one fighter gloved and his opponent gloved. Then the rest of the team goes back into the locker rooms to start getting ready, and then the fight starts. And we did it with Mexico against Venezuela. We did it with Mexico, I think, Puerto Rico. We did a few on Facebook, and they were fun. They were good to watch. William Sepeda did a couple there. Oscar Duarte did there. Diego de la Hoya did there. So it was good, and that way it doesn't postpone due to injuries or fallouts.
Since you're bringing up Sepeda, I got Ernesto, Zaralte, that says, how does you, Roberto, see the Shakur versus William Sepeda fight going?
Sepeda can compete with anybody because of his output, because of his work rate. Personally, I'm a big fan of Sepeda. I know Shakur's talent is tremendous. I like that fight, but if it's a unification, if it's bigger than what it is now, opponent versus champion, I think Sepeda can go on and win a world title. Personally, if I was still there while managing or matchmaking, I wait for Lomachenko to fight Kambosos. If Kambosos gets Lomachenko on a little bit now on the slide and wins, perfect fight for William. If Lomachenko wins because he's still that much better than George, then perfect fight for William. I think William, and I'm biased here, but I think William could beat either or. And now I go into a Shakur Stevenson fight as champion versus champion. Now the stakes are higher. Now the stakes are even. Now it's 50-50 or close to it. Even if, again, forget that I said the 50-50 because there goes from what I said earlier. But now it's more of let's sit at the table evenly. Right now, here's what it is, man. Take it or leave it. I'm the champion, you're the challenger. And if we want to go to purse bid, the splits don't benefit the challenger. So I'd like it to be more of a unification, more significant, a little bit built more. And I think it's a hell of a fight, and I have to favor William because of his output.
What direction you think they go? Obviously, his last fight with Maxie Hughes was an eliminator. The 1 and 2 is vacant. He's highly ranked in the WBC at number 1 and in the WBA at number 1. Do you think they wait for the Tank fight? Because I'm hearing that he's fighting Southpaw Giovanni Cabrera.
Yeah.
Potentially could be next, which would be his 3rd Southpaw in a row. So he's preparing for Shakur, Loma, or Tank.
I think the 3rd Southpaw in a row is a coincidence. I don't think it's really too much. Like when he fought Mercito had beat JoJo. He's a notable name. It's a good opponent, a good fight. Mexico against the Philippines. Maxie Hughes, gave Kambosos a hell of a fight. Many people saw him win. Perfect opponent, not a big puncher. I think that's just a coincidence. I don't think it has anything to do with, Gervonta or Shakur getting ready for that. I think the Loma or the Kambosos winner would be ideal because, look, if you lose to Lomachenko, there's no shame in that, man. He's one of the best fighters to ever step in the ring. However, Loma's age, he's not a lightweight. He's very small for a lightweight. He struggled with lightweights. Given versus Williams' youth, 100 punches around, his conditioning, that's the fight that Loma can lose because at this age, you can't throw more than 100 punches around. You can't throw 60 punches around, so you're going to get outworked. And he's not a puncher that, he can knock out William, which anything could happen, but you're not supposed to knock him out. Now, if it's Kambosos likes to throw down, and he gets hit. He's open. That also fits well into William. So I like either of those two, whoever wins that fight, because even again, if you lose to a Lomachenko at this particular point versus losing to a Shakur or losing to a Gervonta, and Gervonta is right there, but I'd rather go into those fights as a champion, and now there's more at stake.
Absolutely. I'm just smiling here because I told my audience so long ago that that's the route. You go, Loma's older, and if George gets lucky, he got lucky. You know what I mean? But yeah, thank you for that. We got 2 more and you're done. Stefan in Toronto says, do you feel Oscar's business, Golden Boy Promotions, is going downhill without you?
No, not at all. Not at all. I say that because, look, it's an adjustment for both sides. After many years together of somebody doing one thing, it's everybody's replaceable. Everybody, the job goes on, the shows go on, but I don't see him going downhill. I see it's just a moment of adaptarse, to adapt and pick it up and going. But look, they're making some of the best fights right now with Ryan against Haney, with Munguia against Canelo, Zurdo winning the world title. Props out to Zurdo, making history again.
They're very non-existent in those promotions. Golden Boy, we're not I wish Matchroom was lead promoter for Haney and Ryan. It would be more felt. We would feel the promotional push. Same thing for Canelo. I don't see anything that they're doing for Canelo. And according to the reports, he was not even included in those negotiations. He came out and, flipped them off and said a few things. He is making some signings. He brought on Conwell. He brought on O'Hara Davies. It didn't pan out. He signed Barboza. There's rumors of maybe a Shakur. But what could he do with these guys? Like, we got Conwell. Again, you're the matchmaker. Are we signing Conwell to just keep him away from Virgil? Because Conwell's the silver champion at 54. Now you got both of these guys at 54, highly ranked at the WBC, but you just made it clear that that's an opportunity for 2 paydays with 2 champions versus losing one of those paydays by putting them both in the same ring together. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a long-winded question.
No. I got it. And it again, sometimes it's signings for a particular reason because he's perfect for this match and this and that. But I think with Kamwa is, eventually a unification. If he can win the world title and Virgil wins a world title, now it's a unification. Now you put them in together because now it means something and it's bigger. To put them in right now against a Virgil, I wouldn't see it because Virgil wins by knockout. People are going to say who was Kamwa because they need to activate him. They need to get him back into that where the people see how good he is and really he's the real deal. So it's not something right now. It's something maybe down the road. But again, I don't know what their mindset is. But again, all I could say is I wish them luck, and I know that it's always going to be a force as long as they put in 100%.
Ryan in Toronto, I would like to throw my name in the hat to be a part of your team if you ever start your own company. Love the interview. Thanks for the info. That's it.
Wow, thank you so much. That's an honor. Send me a message. Let's stay in touch. Michelada time on Twitter or Instagram because you never know. You never know. Like I said earlier, if I can own a part of it, then let's grow.
He actually has a brother that's 8-0 out of Canada by the name of Joshua Frazier. So, maybe you can help them out with sheer sports management, right? Is my girl Rachel? Is she still there?
No, Rachel left a while ago. Rachel Charles, shout out to Rachel. She went to work for another company, and that company dissolved. And I haven't heard from Rachel. I haven't talked to her. I know she was working with a fighter who was fighting, I think, a lot in Dubai. A young kid coming up and everything.
One of the McKennas, right?
Well, with the McKennas at one point, but no, this was another fighter, I think, from Saudi Arabia or something like that. But I haven't talked to her. I haven't seen her, actually. I don't know if she's still in L.A.
Okay. And so my last one personally and one last one from the people. Bones 13. Well, let's start with mine so I don't forget because, I do that a lot often. Fernando Beltran, what can you tell me about him? I just think that this guy is phenomenal. He may not be a television promoter where he has a television contract, but this guy finds the best underdogs. All his fighters are underdogs. He turns underdogs into champions. He has Rafael Espinoza. He has Munguia. He has El Navarrete. His fighters are underdog champions. How's this guy find this talent, and why is he not interested in his own television deal or a better relationship because he has the talent? Evidently, he's got to keep feeding his talent to co-promoters, right? He's got to co-promote with Golden Boy, co-promote with Top Rank, and he's the one with the true Mexican talent that television wants.
Well, he does have a TV. He does have a TV. TV Azteca in Mexico, he has it. With TV, you have dates. With dates, you can sign tons of fighters. And Fernando has been in boxing so many years, obviously with Eric Morales and like you mentioned, so many. I was at
Castillo, right? Didn't he have Castillo?
Castillo. I remember I was at the Espinoza Robesi fight. Man, I was ready to. I got there really to watch Xander. And I see Xander congratulate, and I'm ready to leave before the main event. But Fernando had told me, I had saw him, said hello, and he told me, man, watch my kid today. He's going to win. He was very confident and excited. So all right, let me sit back and watch. And I'm so happy I stayed, man, because that was one hell of a fight. Should have been fight of the year. Props to Espinoza, props to Robesi. It was a great fight, back and forth. When I saw Espinoza come out of the ring and barely could walk and realized that he had hurt his ankle when he went down and yet kept fighting. But yes, props have to be given to him. And I told him at the press conference for Canelo and Munguia, I said, I congratulate you. You brought up Munguia so good and got him matured. Sometimes it's hard because the fans press and press and press and press, but he brought Munguia slowly. There was times where I was frustrated, man. Fans would be like, when are Munguia going to step up? When is Munguia going to step up? The matchmaker, Golden Boy, they're protecting him too much. And it was tough to swallow. But look where they are today. Now, do you put them in too early? yesterday and he doesn't get here? Or do you groom it this way and now where he's at? And if he pulls it off on May 4th, wow. I mean, how big is that? And if he doesn't, you lost to arguably one of the best in boxing, pound for pound, either 1, 2, or 3, however you have it. So there's no shame, but guess what? You got paid. So, and Munguia is not going to go in there for payday. I could tell you that. Munguia is not going to go in there. Yeah, the payday is great, but he's not going in there for the payday. He's not happy just for that. He's going to go in there to try to win. And I've heard a couple interviews already. When I win. And the way he looks physically right now, his body, I mean, he's coming to it. He's coming for it. So, yes, Beltran has a lot of the fighters, but that was like from day one. I mean, he builds like an Eric Morales in Tijuana. They sign to the big promoter in America. They take you to the big, HBO contract. That was Eric Morales. And then once they see the big promoter, hey man, this is for real, and the dealings with the TV and getting Televisa and getting it on, the big pay-per-views here into Mexico and getting them to pay. That's what opens doors for the other kids to come in, no matter who they are. And some of them do come in as opponents. But wow, when they come in ready, Espinosa, really nobody knew. Yeah, he's undefeated, but who has he fought?
I got to tell everybody about this. I had a caller call me for over a month consistently. Bet on Espinosa. I'm doing my research. So he's called so much. I'm like, all right, let me see what this kid's got. I go to BoxRec, and it's like all Mexico fights.
Yeah.
What you can find are unknown dudes.
Yeah.
This guy put, I think it was 4,000 or 8,000 down on Espinosa and won $67,000.
Wow. But
Crazy.
see, that's a lot of the times that's hard because maybe the kid, you've seen the kid. Oh, this guy is good. But I don't know the caller, but sometimes, yeah, that's hard. You're going with your heart, and that's wishful thinking. But most of the time, it doesn't work because you fought a bunch of guys you're supposed to beat in Mexico. You got a pretty record, but now you're coming in here to the U.S. for the first time. You're the opponent, and you're fighting a Cuban two-time champion and somebody decorated with so many amateurs. But in boxing, logic doesn't work. So if it would have been baseball, it would have been basketball, it would have been football, there's no way Espinosa wins. But it's boxing, and that doesn't. When it's heart and determination, it takes over the logic.
Subriel Matias is saying that the best fight for him would be Pitbull Cruz. How important is it for boxing to have that rivalry? I feel like I haven't seen Puerto Rico versus Mexico since Orlando Salido and Juanma on that level, on the big stage in Puerto Rico. Could Pitbull Cruz and Subriel Matias be that? And should they focus on each other versus other fighters just to give boxing that rivalry that it hasn't had?
I think it's a beautiful rivalry. There's always going to be, Puerto Rico, again, historically, some of the best fighters in boxing. As small as the island is compared to Mexico, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're very close. If not, Puerto Rico's winning by like 1 or 2 fights. So that's incredible in itself. It's a great fight. They both come forward. They both throw nonstop punches. It's a can't miss. But I don't think it's necessary right now. As a fan, I'd love to see Matias against Teofimo. And then maybe Pitbull against somebody. And then it's almost like that's the tough one, because if it's whoever, Pitbull against the winner of Ryan and Haney, and Matias against Teofimo, and then the winners fight each other, something like that. That would be exciting, because now if it does get to Puerto Rico and Mexico at the end, now it's bigger. And if it doesn't, hey, maybe you start a new rivalry, because that's the beauty of boxing. That could always be, it was originally Mexico and Puerto Rico. Then it became Mexico against the Philippines with Marquez and Pacquiao. But it could always change. Then it was, for a while, Triple G, Kazakhstan, and then Uzbek, so it's like you could always change it up.
Last one, I believe, here is from Bones13, and he says, "Do you still talk to Oscar? How is your relationship with him now and after you left Goldenwood? Thank you. Go Niners."
Hey, go Niners. It broke my heart again with those Chiefs. Man, I was at the Super Bowl. I was so confident we were going to win this time around. I was in Miami at the Super Bowl. But this time I was very confident. And again, they broke my heart, those Chiefs. But we'll get them. We'll get them one day. No, I haven't talked to Oscar. Um, you know what? On my part, nothing but respect, nothing but love. And I wish them well. Again, it was 15 great years. I was able to work with some of the greatest athletes that ever stepped into the ring. I still share good moments with a lot of them. Send my love to Bernard always. Um, but right now I think it's we need, after 15 years, it was a great relationship, but I think there needs some space and time, and hopefully um, with time it could go back to courteous and respectful.
What, I guess, how can you sum it up for the people that just don't understand what happened? I mean, it came from one day to the next, and now there's a void. We can see it with this big pay-per-view. They could have used your help with the pay-per-view with Haney and Ryan, the matchmaking. I know you don't want to give too much, and you probably don't want to, but just anything to help us understand, like, why would you not be there?
Well, I thank you for those words, because obviously that means a lot to me, that the people that think of me in that high regard, and really I hear it from fans on social media and everything, the matching, everything like that. That really honors me, because I'm proud. I was always proud of the matches. I always would give it a lot of thought. But like Tupac said, changes, and changes are good, man. Like every movie, like every book, there's a beginning, there's a middle, and there's an end. Again, I enjoyed my time there. It was a dream come true. Sometimes I'd wake up and say, wow, I can't believe, where I'm at. But that gave me a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, a lot of open doors. There's been a lot of love and support from the organizations, Gilberto Mendoza, Paquito, Mauricio, Daryl. They've all given me a lot of love and support, and now I'm really enjoying. Look, I'm 55. I don't feel like slowing down. I feel 35, but I had a heart attack last year.
Whoa!
A massive heart attack. They called it the Widowmaker. So it's actually a year of this month. Later, a couple more weeks, it'll be a year, and that made me give it a lot of thought. That when you're on the job, traveling so much on the road, missed birthday parties of my kids, I would have missed the wedding, but now I can spend more time with the family. Now I can enjoy. I'm traveling, like I said earlier. I go to fights, and it's work, but it's like a vacation at the same time. I tell my wife to come, and I'm enjoying it, and I'm doing what I love, because I'm still working individually with the fighters. So fighters sometimes, or the parents or the teams, don't understand what the promoters have to go through. So now, me being that I have been 15 years on the other side of the desk, now I can say, look, let's make a happy medium, because it has to work for both. Not just I want more, I want an easier opponent, and I need more money. There's little more to that to make that relationship work. And I think that's where I'm going to help a lot of fighters understand their value, what they deserve, and what they don't deserve.
Absolutely, man. Well, we appreciate you for all your time, Roberto. Thank you for coming on, man. It's been a pleasure. I'm sure, I don't know if you're watching the live, but everybody just continues to repeat, great interview, amazing interview. So you've really helped us here by giving a lot of insight into the boxing world. We'd love to get you back on. Salute for having such a great mic, too.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure. You know how to reach me anytime. Honestly, can't wait to see you at the next fight. I'll probably see you on May 4th for sure at the Canelo Munguia, and we'll definitely meet up. And anytime, and to the fans listening that enjoyed it, that's gratitude. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Roberto Diaz, former matchmaker, now boxing advisor. live on TBV. Phone lines are open if you want to join us, maybe talk a little. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, it dropped off, but I was just giving you the outro and letting everybody know that you were on, and we do appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
All
Take
right,
care.
if you want to give out your social media one more time for anybody that wants to get in contact with you.
Of course, Michelada time. I always love the Micheladas. I laid off them a little bit, but I kept it at Michelada time on Instagram and Twitter. And I'm always there. If I don't answer right away, trust me, I will get back to you guys. Take care. Thank you guys for all the support.
All right. There you have it, ladies and gents. Roberto Diaz. Phone lines are open if you're interested in calling in. You want to give your thoughts on what you might have just heard or on the topic. Remember, Crawford Tszyu in Saudi. Told you so. Fundora out due to injury. Moose,
Am I coming
check
in loud
in.
and clear?
You're coming in for sure.
All right, this is the first time Discord done work for me in a long time, so thankful for that. Thankful for you, Ness, for putting in that work. You know, you got old boy all around. What's the brother's name again?
That was Roberto Diaz, former matchmaker of Golden Boy.
Roberto. You kind of cut out, but I think you was going to say top rank.
Nah, Golden Boy, former matchmaker for Golden Boy.
Oh, Golden Boy, my bad. Yeah, Golden Boy. So you know I wasn't listening. But no, I did hear some, I was listening for the most part the whole entire time. I probably zoned out only a few times, so for somebody to hold my attention that long, I commend him. A lot of stuff this man was saying, it was like, I want this man to advise me. If I didn't have God advising my life, it would be this man right here. You know what I'm saying? That's how much you putting it down. But yeah, man. Salute to that brother. All the insight. I'm high as hell right now, so I can't really remember or pinpoint anything that he said, but it sounded good as hell. Sound real good. He likes to talk. Real people person. Real nice guy. And yeah, man, that's it. Shout out to the TVD community.
All right, champ. You breaking up a little bit, but we dealt with it. James, Atlanta.
Yo, Ness, you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, man. I'll make this shit quick, man. The topic is what it is. Fuck the topic. Terence Crawford about to beat the shit out of a wounded bird and Tszyu. He about to get paid big bucks. A lot of things we said. He is a superstar, so he does deserve the money, especially for all his past accolades. Fundora, we know the plan. He was going to sit out. They're going to wait until he's going to follow Sampson's lead and wait until Earl Spence is ready, gets in weight and ready to fight him. So that's already a given. But this interview, this has to be top 5 all-time TVV interviews. The Omar Fig story, the storytelling, how he didn't run away from any questions, just the cadence, and it just seemed like, man, I couldn't see his face. I listened to it on Twitter, but it just seemed like he was probably smiling the whole time he was telling every story. It just seemed so genuine that Ness, man, this is like you nailed it on this guest right here. This had to be the most insightful guest that we probably might have definitely gotten in 2024. And I'm glad just to be able to be on this show today, just to be able to hear him just speak. So thank you, Ness. It is what it is with Bud. He gonna beat them stitches out of Tszyu's head when they get the chance to fight. It is what it is. And shout out to you and shout out to the community. I'm out.
All right. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for everybody that tuned into the episode. If you truly enjoyed it, share it, as our evening show doesn't get the attention of the morning show. And, I just don't want such a great interview to not get the viewing audience that it deserves. You know what I mean? We got James on the check-in, $2. You cool with Bud getting Tszyu off an injury? You talking about a cut? I mean, that's a head cut, not really an eye cut. So that's not going to affect him in sparring or in the new fight. That should heal up right. I don't see any issues with that. I am DMAC TV. Salute. Welcome to the prospect level. I got Ryan Frazier with the $5 Canadian. Salute, Ness. Great interview. Lots of gem emojis dropped in that one. Or that's a diamond. Drew, 123. Welcome to the champ level. Jess Dre, $5. As long as Canelo is active and at the top of the sport, we will want him to fight the top opponents. And as fans, it's not wrong for us to want that. Nah, it ain't. We just have to learn to give credit, bro. I just read a post in my own Discord where someone was saying something like, Canelo gets credit for Trout, Billy Joe, what it says here. Great wins, Trout, Jacobs, Billy Joe, and Plant. Number 2, though, 4 old men in Cotto and Mosley. Fought Sergey Kovalev after he came out of a war with Yard. Like, if we're going to nitpick, critique every single thing, people will get frustrated. You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers leave their girls every day, B. Every day because they nagging. Because they telling you, go wash the dishes or you ain't pick up some shirt. It's like, what? You don't like this shit? Fuck out. You understand? So, Canelo telling you the same thing. You don't like this shit? Get the fuck out. Because when I was doing what you was asking me, you wasn't giving me no motherfucking credit. Now you want me to continue to follow what you are insisting for me to do so that you won't give me credit again? Blame your fellow boxing fan if we don't get this fucking David fight because they the ones said Kovalev was drunk. They didn't say, wow, that was a great win. A dude that started at 40 moved up 35 pounds and got a knockout. No, he was a drunk. He was worn out. He was washed up. He wasn't the same. Like, you guys caused the issue, then get upset. Smarten up. Maybe shut the fuck up. Stop talking so much. Stop hating. Shit'll happen. Jerry, what up?
Let him cook. Good evening, Ness. Great interview with Roberto Diaz. But I will say this. I have some advice. Roberto called Julius from Ring IQ. You two should conference call Canelo and remind him, you are the greatest counterpuncher of all time. David Benavidez is an easy fight. He's going to come straight at you, champ. Please take that fight. It's easy. Give me a goddamn break, guys. The truth of the matter is Canelo simply does not want that fight. Has nothing to do with the fans. Has nothing to do with he ain't approaching you right. He needs to send you roses. He does not want the fight. We should leave him alone, honestly. This is turning into a Tank situation. We're bullying Canelo at this point. Here's something no one really has talked about, Ness. For the longest time, Canelo could only say, I lost to the greatest fighter of all time, arguably. He can no longer say that. He lost to Bivol, and it wasn't even close. He's just not that kind of competitor anymore. And I get it. And for someone to say, stop talking to me about Benavidez, he's the best fighter at 168. It's not like someone saying, fight a guy that's not ranked in the top 10, that's not ranked in the top 5. He's number 1. But I am personally done with the Benavidez fight. I think Canelo needs to move on. You're right, big guy. You deserve to do what the hell you want. But moving on, I think I've unlocked this Lukowicz issue with Crawford, Ness. Funny, I was watching the Crawford versus Spence fight last night for the 101st time. Guess who was in the crowd looking like he saw ghosts, his eyes big as saucers, like he just lost $500,000 betting on Spence? Your boy Lukowicz. I think he lost the house, farm, and the condo on that fight. He don't want any parts of my boy Bud Crawford. But I will tell you this. I'm about to nickname him Saudi Bud Because I think Bud is about to sign with Hearns, and I think that'll be his last contract. I see 3 or 4 fights in Saudi, and it's adios. It's Jerry Soriano, your lender for life. Let him cook.
Jerry, it's a pleasure. As always, thank you for calling in. Phone lines are open. Discord, Twitter Spaces, and my landline, which is back, but it's a new number, unfortunately. We are available. I see, what's that? Baby Joker, you got to press 1 if you want to rock and roll. Number to call, 563-999. I hope I said 3 nines. 3427. That's 563-999-3427. The number's also scrolling across the top of the screen. As you can see, it has changed. That's 1-563-999-3427. We got a fat $20 super chat. Rex out of Delaware. Ness, thank you for this interview, bruh. Excellent analogies, opinions, and knowledge from him. He made your job easy tonight. Just let him cook. Thanks for bringing him to our community. You are the man. Nah, champ. You are the man. Without y'all, there is no me, man. I'm just happy y'all tuning in. You know, I say it all the time. Could you imagine me trying to do a show with nobody listening? It would be damn right shameful. Mark Blake, shout out, $10. Another great interview. Fire emoji. Nah, you the man. Appreciate you. It was easy, like y'all said, man. He made it easy. He is a great speaker. The Houndsman, $30 for the Kenichi Bear headphones. 1 for myself and 1 for any subscribe. Man, you are fucking G. Hopefully you win. I know there's somebody that sent like 5 entries, but you know, the fact that you sent 1 for yourself and 1 for someone else, hopefully that allows you to win. You feel me? I don't know who to give your free entry to, man. I'm actually going to put Hotbox in a minute. Your name is going in the running, bro. You listen every single day, even though you don't call. Even though you don't call. It's all good, though. But you listen every single day. I'm going to assume you could use a set of Kenichi Bear headphones to help you listen every day. Now, the fact that they come with a detachable, attachable mic may make you start to call in just slightly more. So we're going to put his name in the running, courtesy of the Houndsman. So that is on the list, and we'll do that raffle at the end of the month. We got about another, 18 days? There's only 30 this month, right? So we got 18 days left for the Kenichi Bear headphone raffle. This is the Black Set Hibernation 5C. Tank was the first one ever in the world with the black set. Now you can have the black set absolutely by heading on over to KenichiBear.com, using the code TBV and receiving 15% off your order, or joining our raffle where $15 gets you a virtual raffle ticket, and we give out this set at the end of the month. We're going out to my man's in Richardson Hitchens. You dropped off. Did you get busy? I'm sorry. But in the meantime, while we wait for Alex to connect, go ahead and smash that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility. More thumbs up, the more interviews we get. The bigger the interviews. We need those numbers. So that look, bro, y'all know y'all seen Shakur like on some other show. That's crazy. You feel me? And then he got disrespected. They cursed him out, called him all types of names. You know, these dudes are real stupid because it's like you come here, you being treated as a champ. We ain't disrespecting you. We just asking tough questions, but we get called the names because we asking you the tough questions. You go somewhere else, they gangbanging on you, talking about they going to your house, your gym. Shit crazy. You understand? But this is what these fuckers do versus coming sitting down on the hot seat because they know the knowledge that I got, the questions that I got going fucking make shit hard for them. But go ahead, Alex.
Yo. Good evening. Can you hear me?
You know it.
All right. Excellent. Yeah, man. Good evening to all, man. Yeah, for sure. That was a great interview. Like you said, man, he spoke so well, and just the passion about boxing, you just hear it with every, and his knowledge was so great, man. Get a little.
You cutting out slightly. I don't know why. You've never sound like that. It sounds like you're using push to talk, maybe.
Yeah. That's weird. I mean, we just got the power through, my friend.
Can
I
you
don't know
jump
what it
out,
is.
jump back in, just to
All
try?
right.
We'll wait for you. We won't go to anyone else. Again, if you're on the landline, you do have to press that one button at least one time so that you can get on the show. Go ahead and request to speak, and we'll put you on ASAP. Alex, let's see how it sounds. Hello. I think he's got them West Palm Beach internet issues.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yo.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. Alex, you there?
Yo,
Okay, go for it.
you can hear me all right now, or it's still the same?
Sounds better, I believe. We'll see.
All right. But yeah, man, definitely great interview. Appreciate Roberto Diaz for taking the time to come on the show and staying there through all the questions and such. Good insight and with this topic, so what's going on with this exactly? Like, this is definitely something in the works, or this is just something in the rumor mill?
I mean, rumor mill 48 hours ago, I feel like it's definitely in works. I feel like, I told you guys about this 48 hours ago with more details, and it was a rumor then. But now we got Mauricio Suleiman saying he spoke to Crawford's lawyer. We got Lewickovic saying he spoke to Crawford's lawyer, confirming the Saudi Arabia offer. So now the only thing we need is the actual
90
number.
seconds.
Only thing we need is the actual number being released, but I never told y'all the number. Only thing I've ever said is that Crawford will make what he made for the Earl fight. The total number of the pot that I was given, I never said it. But it seems real as a motherfucker to me. They told me it would be Fundora, but that Fundora would pull a injury and ask for an extension. So far, that's come true.
60 seconds.
Lewickovic is came out and said, we not fighting him. We won't be ready for November or December. So next step is for him to get stripped. I've been told the WBO is going to make Tszyu the number one, which I got a message today during this show, and they said Tszyu's already been made number one. So all the pieces are falling in. Josh Kelly ain't going to be mandatory because he doesn't have a legitimate win. And according to, my source, Paco has already said he won't be elevating Josh Kelly, and instead it would be Tszyu. So that seems to have happened. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the fight. Israel Mazradov was just a backup, He could still be an option because he is Muslim, but, Tszyu is the fight we
10
want.
seconds.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I don't understand. Would they strip Fundora if he obviously had a fucked up nose? He was suspended from the Nevada State Commission. They gave him, 6 months, I believe. And I'm assuming, and they said he was having surgery. So why would he be stripped if all that is in play?
They could strip him, make him champion in recess because he can't defend. They happened to Devin Haney. Remember, that's how Ryan was going to fight Jojo Diaz for Devin's belt, or Javier Fortuna for Devin's belt. Devin had to come back and say, nah, my shoulder's good. I could defend my belt.
Just because it's happened before, though, why is that
you're right,
even like a real thing, though? Like, that's
this
kind of been my issue right now. Just because it happened before still doesn't make it right. Like, if the dude really has a fucked up nose, was given a 6-month suspension by the commission, why? I mean, I know why, but why? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a bit silly to me. Listen, I want to see the fight. I think it's a good fight for 54. I think it's a good fight for Crawford. It's just a little bit of weird timing. Tszyu's coming off a loss, even though I believe he would have definitely stopped Fundora if it wasn't for that cut. But for Fundora winning that, with that taken in play, with everything I just spoke about, I don't really like that they're going to strip him just to make this a title fight. But then again, it's Crawford's approaching 37 years old. You know, he's the number one pound for pound fighter. You never know when, you know, him being king of the hill is going to stop. So you want to make the big fights. And of course, making it for a title is going to put that in place. So the way I see it is, well, why doesn't he just fight? Like you just said, the new, what is it, the WBA champion, a guy that, you know, he won a vacant title, but still, it's a guy that actually won a title coming off a win, looked great doing it, was in Saudi Arabia already, and, you know, pay Crawford and make it be. You know, that it's just, you know, it's normal boxing politics. I'm not trying to shut in a fight. It's a good fight. I like it. It's just, you know, why we have to move all these pieces when there's already a play for a title. You know what I mean?
I mean, that play isn't Crawford's go-to. He's a WBO champion and been a WBO champion. Has he had all the other belts? Yeah, but he's never defended them. He's only defended the WBO. Well, technically speaking, he defended the WBC after winning it from Victor Postal, but that was once, right? Like, he's never defended anything more than he's defended the WBO. So that's just the route that you go. That's the relationship that you got. You know, it's no different than Haney going the WBC route, saying he was moving up after the Regis fight, which didn't happen. But, you know, that's what he said, because the relationship he's built is with the WBC, and they would approve such moves. I think that Crawford not fighting Masvidal just has nothing to do with nothing other than, you know, the WBA is going to give him a better split because he's a super champ. And, WBO is going to give him a better split because he's a super champ. And Tszyu and Fundora just more popular than fucking Masvidal, whoever the fuck he is. Like, yeah, he's of good style. He's probably, honestly, he's probably the best style. He's probably the one that would give Crawford the most issues out of the three names. Yeah, I could see Fundora giving issues because of the height, but like, I think that the most competitive matchup is Masvidal. Tszyu's pretty flat-footed. You know, he could surprise us with speed and power, but he's there. Masvidal possesses very interesting footwork. Bro, they just put out a video of my man doing like a hopscotch footwork drill. He's like he's like a small fucking Usyk. You know what I'm saying? Like, the shit he does in the gym is the shit that Usyk does. So yeah, I am more intrigued with that fight, but he's a nobody. You know, he might get lucky because he's Muslim and he's got the relationship with Atlas Sheik. Technically speaking, he's not a nobody because he's got more followers than everybody, Crawford included, but you know, I mean, maybe not Crawford, right?
Those are Uzbekistan, you know, Eastern European followers. The dollars are here, you know, in the U.S., you know, or in, you know, a bigger economy such as Australia, right?
Yeah, the dollars are.
Even though it's going to be in Saudi Arabia, and like you said, it's more attention, it's more known. That's fine. All I'm saying is there's a lot of strings to pull, a lot of moving pieces. When you just mentioned it, I forgot. Crawford is the super champion at WBA. Like you said, yeah, I think he's been WBO champion for a ridiculous amount of years, right? Through 3 different weight classes. That's fine. He's been WBA champion through 2 weight classes. He has undisputed twice. And all I'm saying is it seems like it's a lot less moving pieces, and it just makes more sense. Like you said, it's probably a better stylistic fight. It's probably more challenging. And this is my issue with boxing. It's funny because Diaz spoke about it. It's like fans are never satisfied. It's not that I'm not satisfied. I like the fight. I've mentioned it already. It's just, my God, we got to strip this guy, move this guy in place, do this, do that. And it's like, if that's what you have to do to make a fight, then maybe we need to look at the regulations. Like it's just so much. I understand this is what it is, but why does it have to remain like this?
But Champ,
it's still a good fight. I'm not saying it's not a good fight.
But Champ, do you really believe, like, I mean,
Oh no, if you want to talk about Josh Kelly being ranked number 1, I mean that's fucking ridiculous. Why did you allow that to begin with? Why did you put that in position? Months ago he's been number 1, I believe. Why is that happening? Like this is the issue. Look at the IBF. You spoke earlier today about how they so great with their mandatories. So why does barely anyone fight through the IBF? Why is it always a last name with 12 characters? It's a reason, right? There has to be a reason. Maybe you know more than I.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I could come up with is that the IBF is less likely to make side deals. And by side deals, I mean if a promoter, doesn't want to face a mandatory, get not get his fighter stripped. It's like I told Mauricio, the IBF is more on top of making sure their fighters get the opportunities they deserve, where Mauricio is more on top of making sure the public gets the fights they deserve by letting the champion remain champion to do unifications and all that other stuff. Listen, let me get to some other callers, though. They lining up. You the man. Mr. Perfect.
Yo.
What up?
Yeah, man. We gonna get Crawford is not the number 1 pound for pound. Let me just say that. He's not. And Jerry, why are you still watching that fucking Spence and Crawford? You silly as hell, man. You silly as hell, but yeah, okay. Let's clap it up, man. Crawford finally got a fight, man. Thank you. Go fight Tszyu like you planned it on, nigga, before Fundora fucked that up. Like I said he was. Go fight. Yeah, that's what I wanted you to do. Go fight him. Ain't for no belt, right? No belt, right? Because I know they ain't going to strip Fundora for that.
Yeah, they going to strip Fundora for that WBO.
For an injury?
Bro, you going to be champion in recess. First of all, since when do a nose take fucking...
That's with the WBC, though.
I don't give a fuck if it was at the WB, whatever. How many months you need for your nose to heal? Like, cut the shit. Y'all trying to get slick. That's all that is. That's his promoter.
No, man.
And his
nigga had
team.
blood in his mouth, man. He want that Spence fight. Come on, man. Stop it.
Blood in his... Yeah, he want the Spence fight, not the dude that beat Spence. Not the more dangerous motherfucker. Yeah, that's why we gonna strip.
Dangerous, man.
Strip.
Beat that nigga ass at 54, man.
Strippity strip. Tell Spence get back in the mix, man. He look like he in...
We in the mix, nigga. You see us off injury, nigga. We ain't wait. Ain't wait.
Only mix he in is in the drive-thru at a Burger King, champ.
Nah, man, I don't want to hear that shit, man. We ain't wait, nigga. If we was healthy, we would have been fought. We wasn't on no Crawford living off a nigga name parade type shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
man.
Crawford made a name after kicking Earl Spence's ass.
He ain't make a name. He was living off his name. Nigga ain't get no popular or nothing. He ain't make bro. Stop it. He just beat Spence.
He got 1.8 million, 1.6 million followers on Instagram. He got more popular.
You know them. All them niggas don't support you.
If he ain't get
man.
If he ain't get more popular, why we sitting here talking about him getting paid $20 million to fight Tim Tszyu?
That's Saudi.
No, because he the A side.
If Spence go over there, he gonna get the same shit.
Spence ain't going over there. They ain't asked for Spence.
He with PBC.
They ain't asked for Spence.
He with PBC,
they didn't
bro.
ask
That's
for
why.
Spence.
And Spence ain't gonna go over there.
They don't want him.
That, bro.
They don't want him.
You know, come on. Is you serious? So you tell me I want a nigga that lost to everywhere. Everybody say the best nigga ever. How they don't want him, bro? You only lost to one nigga.
Champ, you heard Mauricio today? Bro. Did you hear my interview with Mauricio today?
This shit is killing me. Yes.
What did he say?
Thing.
What did he say? He said Saudi wants Crawford and Inoue.
Okay.
They ain't say shit about Earl.
Because Crawford
tell him get his profile up.
A free agent, bro. Come on, man.
Inoue not. Inoue got two promoters. Inoue got two promoters. They still want him.
Though. His shit about to end in a minute. He's top ranked though.
Didn't Turkey want? Didn't Turkey want Tank? Tank got a promoter.
You see, Tank ain't going over there. PBC, nigga. Well, I just told you, bro. Come on, bro.
But my point. But listen to me. My point is, Turkey don't just go after dudes with contracts or not. That's all I'm proving. You talking this other shit. I'm telling you, he going after A sides. AJ is an A
So Spence
side.
not an A side?
AJ, no, not anymore. He
I'm
done. AJ's an A side. Wilder was an A side. Spence
AJ A side, bro. Ooh, I want to hold this nigga AJ so bad, but this nigga got a couple wins, bro.
But it ain't even about the
AJ
couple wins. Think about his purses, my dude. Like, what other fighter in history you ever heard made $65 million cash up front?
That's because he is worldwide, bro. He is
Like,
worldwide.
only dudes that made more money than AJ is Canelo and Floyd. Like, what is we talking about?
Worldwide. I was just saying that, yeah, worldwide, of course.
So when I say he go after A-sides, why you acting like I'm lying? Like, he don't go after dudes that ain't making no money. He don't go after fake big fishes. He go after the real fucking fish.
So he a fake big fish.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, how many
so he
pay-per-view?
wipe off this division. What the fuck?
What was Spence's biggest pay-per-view? What was Spence's biggest pay-per-view?
It probably only lose to Crawford.
Hey yo, Spence's biggest pay-per-view. Spence's biggest pay-per-view is Canelo's third fight with Triple G.
Okay, bro.
Let that sink in, man.
Bro.
Let that sink in.
You can't stop acting like Spence ain't do nothing, bro. Y'all niggas is just crazy. Like, I don't know what's wrong. Like,
he ain't done nothing since last July.
He had 3 belts, bro. Crawford had 1.
He ain't done nothing since last July. No. Crawford technically had.
Crawford had
what he got
1
about?
belt.
What he got? 13? Is it 13 belts?
What Spence do?
No.
Take them bitches, nigga.
No, I think it was 13
and then
belts.
Stay after he should have went up and not want to fight, nigga.
No, Mr. Perfect, you not being
perfect. Should have went up and would not want to fight, nigga. But he stayed down there and made the fight for the fans,
Mr.
Nigga.
Perfect.
What did you say?
You not being perfect. You know, he only had 3 belts. He never had a lineal because he wasn't the man in any division in his life, remember?
I didn't say he had the lineal.
Crawford got the lineal.
He had the lineal. He had 3
Crawford
belts,
got
bro.
the lineal because he the man in the division.
You serious, bro?
Crawford got the belt. Right, Crawford got the lineal because he been the man at 47. He was the man at 40.
It was never no lineal or no ring for the welter, bro.
Because that he was you know why? Because Earl was never fighting. No, because Earl was never fighting the best. The best.
He was fighting his man. Is you serious, bro?
No, listen to me, because you might not, you ain't getting it. Earl fought great competition, but Earl never fought the best in the division until he fought Crawford. That's why that fight was for the lineal belt.
What you mean the best? You talking about the best in the division?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Is that what you saying?
Yeah.
He was fighting the top niggas in the division,
and I agree.
Though, bro.
And I agree, but I'm explaining.
And nobody knew that nigga was the top nigga.
Yes,
what did you saying?
Yes, they did. That's why the ring put that belt on the line. That's why he had. They seen that from the knockout streak at welterweight.
That was the 2 top niggas, bro.
No,
Spence was number 1.
Listen. Cool. Spence was number 1. Spence was number 1, but if Porter was number 2, the lineal belt would have been on the line. But he wasn't. Spence was number 1. If Danny was number 2, the lineal belt would have been on the line. But it wasn't. Spence was number 1. If Ugas was number 2, the lineal would have been. But he fucking wasn't.
You know what happened with that?
Nah, I gotta go.
Bro.
I gotta go. Drew, what up? They don't be getting it. They be so mad. Spence fans is like upset. Like, yo, just get back in there and do your thing.
They mad that the fisherman Bud from Omaha gutted the big fish. That's it. And Turkey Al-Sheikh is calling nothing but A-side, lineal, undisputed superstars, man. Why you mad? Why they mad? Credit to Tim Tszyu. Great interview with Diaz. He even told us, like, even JoJo after that loss, he got a title shot. Remember? So what's wrong with Tszyu getting a title shot? I see what it is. They mad that the rollout's not the rollout. That all the non-PBC guys are getting attention. Wilder went over there. Ray Vargas went over there. They're not calling Spence because he ain't got nothing for him, man. Mr. Perfect is Mr. Imperfect. That wasn't a flawless victory, bro. I don't know what kind of argument you're trying to paint, but I like the fight, Ness. I do like it. I feel bad for Tim, though, coming off another but fuck it, man. You can't throw him away after that. He deserves another shot, you know? So we'll see what happens. I like it. Do you know, is it a standalone or is it offering a straight deal or? Because No Limit don't have Tim is not a PBC fighter per se like Boots, right?
Nope.
He just deals with him.
Yep. No contract. No contract with PBC. That's why the Zoo fight is gonna happen.
I love it. I love it. And like, again, Mr. Perfect tripping. Why would David go out of his way to mention Turkey Al-Sheikh? And Turkey Al-Sheikh said, okay, I got Bevo better before you. And all of a sudden now I can't go over there. Come on, man. Like, let's just get the fights we want to see. Great interview though, Diaz. Needs a lot of time. I like him a lot, man. I like what he's doing in the game. And let's see what happens with his company that he's building. What were you surprised about in the interview in terms of like the matchmaking process? What surprised you?
Nothing, bro. I mean, yo, people complain to me because I go with the business, and you hear it right there. You hear it.
It is. It's like any other business. I don't know, like the fans.
They protect their investment. They protect their investment. Like, yo, I gotta call a name. He's got like 3 names. His name is Venom, Angel, and some other shit. And all he do is defend Virgil. Look, you heard the matchmaker that did what Virgil got 20 fights. He did 19.
He did all of them, but the last one, yeah.
And what he said, he ain't ready.
If he was ready.
If he was ready, they'd have been took it off. If it was his way, he said he would have had 3 world titles. But that just ain't the case. You understand? But we still hype up Virgil.
And exactly. And then I like what he said about Charlo. He's like, when they said he matched me though tough. He's like, if I wouldn't have matched you this way, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah. And no. And he said about the offer too for Charlo that he turned it down. You know? We're gonna get researchers to Google and no, Charlo never turned it down. You know,
yeah, we're gonna get researchers we're gonna get researchers that go to third party when the man was in the room and actually saw the term sheet and all that shit. But he's not credible because it paints a different picture than what we know has been going on. We just want to see the fights, but you're a self-employed man. I'm a self-employed man. It's always business first. I don't know what these motherfuckers get in their feelings about and get on a high horse. It's always business first. And did you hear what he said about Berlanga, baby? Did you hear that shit? Hit the fucking music.
Wait, what'd he say?
Remember he said Berlanga's getting more poised and more patient.
Oh, yeah,
I like what I'm seeing with him. Hit the fucking music for Zorro. For Vega, baby.
Let me get to some callers, champ. That was the bell. I'm going to get to Wheels. Stay rolling. Will stay rolling.
Yo, can you hear me?
You know it.
All right, shout out to the Boss of Voice. Hit that like and subscribe button. Just wanted to call in, touch on the topic. It's a great fight. I'm glad Tszyu gonna get his even though it ain't a rematch, he's still gonna get his shot back because he deserved it in the first place. And then remember in the interview you did this morning with Mauricio, he said it. Remember he was telling us that Bud was getting a fight in Saudi Arabia. And then I came in at the last second of that last caller where he tripping off that Spence fight. And he said that Bud didn't really do nothing too major. And I'm like, is he not 2-time undisputed? Did he not undispute before it came up? And then he tried to bring up the reference because he had one belt. He had one belt because the guy that had the rest of the belts was scared to fight him. And PBC wouldn't let Danny, Ugas, or dang on Sean fight Bud. Remember that cross the street shit y'all love to bring up? That's why the fight, he never got all the other belts. Because if he would have got those fights, he would have cleaned them up and left Spence for last, and Spence would have been the one with only one belt. But that's cool, because when he got in the ring, he whooped them. And he talk about people didn't expect it. The matchmakers expected it. It goes back to what Bill say. Y'all let PBC piss on your head and tell you it's rain. And I'm glad, and that right there is just one of the prime examples of how they do it. They boost up one fighter, hold them in house, let them fight the people they know he can beat, and then try to avoid the best fighter in the division. Just like they doing with Tank right now. Soon as Tank fight Devin, it's over. Y'all gonna be more heartbroken than you are when Bud beat Spence. And so when it happens, don't come on here calling, making no excuses, no crying. We don't want none of that. Because remember, Devin been calling out Tank since he got the WBC belt. And that's after Lomachenko vacated it and gave it up because he didn't want to fight Dev. And then you talk about, he should have stayed at 135 if he wanted to Tank fight. How long y'all expect the man to stay at 135? He done been fighting there 7, 8 years. Come on. He called Tank's name every year, did he not? Oh, okay. So kill all that narrative. Get that piss off y'all head and come to the light because you'll really see it. And that's my call. Shout out to y'all.
You the man, champ. You the man. Hold up. I see Mr. Perfect back. Let me double check here. The man might have sent the counter. He not finished hating on Bud. What we got from you? That is Mr. Perfect counter.
Like who? Oh, that hurt shit over with, bro. I lost 1,000 and I was hurt for a week. That shit over with. What I'm saying is, Crawford wasn't hurting the fight, nigga. You should have fought early or did something. Stop living off, made a parade, what media tour, nigga, all off my nigga name. Like, come on, bro. And still ain't do shit for you. So stop that shit. Okay, yes, he did beat him. Come on, bro. He beat him, but what I'm saying is, stop trying to say Spence ain't do shit, bro. Who got the better resume? Tell me that. That's all we gotta say. Who got the better resume, bro?
Over who? Like when you comparing who?
Crawford and Spence, man. Stop playing, bro.
Bruh, you can't be fucking serious right now.
Oh my God, bro.
Wait, are you trying to say Earl got a better resume than Crawford? Bruh,
yes.
You can't. You fucking stop. You better stop trying to make everybody laugh, motherfucker. What's wrong with you?
Crazy, bro.
Yo,
who did Crawford fight before?
My dude, he undisputed. He undisputed before he ever even met Spence.
Okay, stop that shit, bro. Everybody know it's too many belts, bro. So
no, we
stop
don't.
All that shit.
No, we don't know that.
What?
But I tell you what we do know. Even if we want to live in your world where you saying it's too many belts, guess what Crawford did? Collected them all twice.
Bro, this is what I'm saying.
You ain't got no rebuttal for that.
Oh, okay, I'm not trying to degrade what Crawford did. Y'all trying to degrade Spence.
You did. You just said he got a better resume.
Y'all trying to degrade
my
Spence.
Dude,
like
you said
Spence
that Earl got a better. You said Earl got a better resume.
Bro, the fight would have never happened if it wasn't for Spence.
And credit to him. Fuck? Credit to him, but that's all he get credit for. He didn't win.
Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I'm not getting this shit, dog. Like, how is you afraid of a nigga? You just
ain't nobody say he was afraid. Ain't nobody say he was afraid.
What?
But keep in mind, you ain't got to be afraid to get your ass
whooped. That's being afraid, bro.
No. You don't have to be afraid to get your ass whooped.
Huh?
You do not have to be afraid.
Why you think niggas shooting? Why you think people shoot people, bro? Because they don't want to get their ass whooped.
And that's cool. But what I'm trying to tell you is you don't need to be afraid to still get that ass whooped. You get it? That's what I'm telling you. You could be the toughest motherfucker and still get that ass whooped. You don't gotta be afraid. That's all I'm saying. Like, being afraid don't got nothing to do with getting that ass kicked up and down the street or that ring.
That's fact. I'm just saying, Spence was gonna have Pacquiao. He was gonna have Pacquiao on his resume.
Come on, man. If it was a split, I'd be higher than I am.
Huh?
If was a spliff, I'd be higher than I am. All that Spence
so now
was
gonna say because the nigga I got hurt. Oh my goodness.
Dude, but we can't sit here and talk about what Spence would have did. You sound like a Tank fan. Tank fans be saying that shit. Like Tank would have knocked him out. Tank would have knocked him out.
That's that casual shit. Chill out. That's that casual.
I mean, that's what you're doing right now, champ.
No, okay. You know for a fact.
That's the
But
bell, though,
I ain't
play. That's the bell. We got a lot of callers. Shout out. We getting to the 10:30 mark here. Late night show. We got Sid. I bet you sound. It feels strange me calling you by your real name instead of the fake name I made up, right? Look, he don't even want to answer because I ain't say the fake name. Sid. 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 Yo, real quick. I did not get to this because we were in the middle of that interview, but shout out to Mama Lobo. You know when I talk about Mama Lobo, is she came through. She came through the way that she do. You feel me? We gonna drop 12 bombs and a half. We gonna round it off to 13. Fuck it, cause she sent in a $250 super chat. Holla at her. She does want a counterpunch out of that money though for Jerry and J-Mac. And sends a message to say, get active, bud. And Devin. Salute to you, Mama Lobo. We appreciate you. Now, I don't want to rob you of your 13 bombs, but it may sound redundant. We're on 2. It's another 10 more to go. 9. Should we continue? Was a huge donation, though. Some of y'all might be pissed off, but you know, we do appreciate the support. $250 is a lot to just give away and not acknowledge. I'm losing count here, so I hope y'all count. We're going to do about another 3 just in case, because I've lost count. CYP, what up? Late night.
Yo. Let me know.
We hear you.
Yeah. Just finishing up. About to take my ass home and shit. But I was hearing some of the callers, and I'm like, I'm starting to realize that some of y'all, you know, you're really good fans. Because good fans are easily fooled by semantics and shit, right? Like, you know that there's a way to make fights, and it's not call-outs. Call-outs are what all fighters do, athletes do. It's a part of the game, but it's not real. A fight's really made through email, through talking to promotional companies. It's really done in silence. It's not really all this public shit that they make you believe. So when you say a dude been calling a dude out for years, ask yourself, has he went to his company? Has he signed with him? Because most title fights, they happen in-house. Most of them, literally most of them happen in-house. If you have 2 companies, both of y'all got 10 fighters, and y'all both looking for the same thing, dominance. Both of y'all got 10 fighters. Is it my fault I got 5 champions? Ain't my fault I got 5 champs. I ain't got to fight you. But what we can do, if you go through these sanctioned bodies and shit, and you become my mandatory, we'll have to fight you. That's the way you do it. You ain't got to call me out. You ain't really got to say shit to me, homie. Just go up there, work your way up, and I'll fight your punk ass. But it's going to be on A-side terms. Oh, you don't like the fact that you're not the A-side. Damn it. But you're telling your fans you really want to fight. Damn it. Ain't that a bitch? But you want us to believe you really want to fight. I always say this shit. Champions don't have to fight other champions. I don't know if y'all know that. Newsflash. Champions don't have to fight other champions. That's why Gary Russell was able to be WBC champion and only fight his mandatories for how many years? Since 2015? He never had to fight anybody else because you don't have to. So all this he ducking, he's supposed to. No, he don't. If you want to get down with a dude, you might have to lay down with him. Pause. Real talk. Some of y'all just don't want to understand the business of boxing because you hate the business of boxing, but you're starting to realize every single day on this show we're talking more business of boxing. See, CYP's in the future, and I'm trying to take y'all back to the futures. So you might as well call me CYP McFly. I'm gonna see if some of y'all caught that. Cause y'all gonna start understanding that everything I've been telling y'all makes sense for what y'all need to know to get these fights fucking cracking. And if Bud fight Tim Tszyu, handle your business. And I want y'all to know it's for $20 million, they say. How many times I've been telling y'all that Bud fights for money? He's re-signed with Bob over and over again for the money. Y'all be talking about legacy. It's about the money. Tim Tszyu just lost. He's still gonna fight him for the money. I want y'all to stop believing what they telling you. Everybody wants to get paid, even me. CYPL, you have a good night.
Me too, man. I just want Turkey Atlas Sheik to invite me out there. You know, I could go on my own and struggle, stay at a Motel 6, not get the true experience. I want to be an invited guest of Al Sheik. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I want that a day treatment. I want to sit down, man. I want my video to go 22 million views. You know what I'm saying? I would love to interview him for sure, man. There's so many fights that I could think about. And you know, just I don't know, the use of the money, right? Like think about the millions of dollars he's spent already on the heavyweight division and what could have been done in so many divisions with some of that money. Especially with my man Saint and his, you know, tournament idea. I think tournaments with that amount of money would be super successful, you know? I mean, bro, he gave what? Ngannou 20 mil? That's insane. That's insane. You know, just with the purse of that first Tyson Fury and Ngannou fight, with they purse, you could have put a few tournaments together in a few fucking divisions, giving each fighter like $1 million plus per fight. Sid, trying you
Yo,
again.
yo.
We here.
What up? Y'all okay? Yo. Everybody need to like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for something. Yeah, man. Shit. I just was hoping that this was some this shit is more real than not, you know what I'm saying? Like you had some people call and verify that shit today, so shout out to you. All those haters, you know, this week, y'all talking about, oh, he done fucked up. He need to retire. What he gonna do now? I just want y'all to sit back and reflect and remember, y'all don't know shit about boxing. But just cause you hate a fighter, you don't like him, let's stop making these calls into the channel, making it seem like people back to the wall, they outside and all that shit, man. It's boxing, man. It's business first. If you don't know business, you don't know shit. That's all I got, man.
All right. Happy to announce that my girl Shadeja Sweets Terminator Green is back in the gym. That's a good thing. You know, hopefully she could bounce back. You know, hey, did y'all catch that part of the interview where Roberto Diaz took a shot at a champion and became two-time? I wonder who he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, I have my own opinion as to who he could be talking about. But I wonder who he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? I wonder who he's talking about. He said he shouldn't have been a champion, let alone a two-time champion. There's a few names you can mention off the bat. So I wonder who he was talking about. But we got Will Stay Rolling. Vega, I got a counterpunch for you. Vega. Damn,
Yo.
you're not there. I don't see you. What up, Wills?
All right. Nah, so I was just calling back to the last caller before CYP. Nobody is downplaying Spence. We just telling you that he held up the division, ran for 5 years because he knew what it was. You go look at that little confrontation they had backstage. He He knew he would lose to Bud. He told y'all that he would win, but he knew in his heart that he would lose that fight. That's why he didn't take it then, and that's why he was so reluctant to take it when he did take it. Only reason he did is because he didn't have nothing else. Nothing else. And then on what CYP said, they ain't going. We understand champions don't have to fight. It's sports. It's all about the money. They ain't gonna. But you can't go around claiming you the best fighter if you're not actually fighting the other champions. Of course, that's why more belts was brought out so they could make more money. And then also another thing on the last caller before CYP, he talked about Bud's resume. If Bud didn't fight nobody else but Earl Spence, that resume right there alone would kill that whole narrative because he beat the guy that y'all claimed that was the best. If you beat the best, you are the best. Y'all claimed he was the best. He was number one. He was this. The big fish couldn't be stopped. He got shut down, and it wasn't pretty. Get over it. It'll be all right. You'll make it. You'll still be there to fight another day. But he got beat. He was never the best, and he knew it. That's my call. Shout out to y'all.
Champ, yeah, you send 3, it's 5. Remember, $5 for a counter punch gets you a secondary call, 1 free call. We get a bunch of callers, so yeah, we do 1 per caller, 3 minutes per person. Alex Vega. If y'all see Vega, let him know there's a counterpunch courtesy of Drew to talk that Berlanga. We got Khaled, Indiana. What up?
Yes, you hear me?
Loud and.
I bet. Solid fight right here. No, it's not. I got Bud kind of dominating the fight. He not gonna take a tune up. You think he just gonna go straight into it?
Yeah, nah, he going straight into it.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Tszyu is always straight up and down to me. He don't really do nothing too impressive. I do like the dog in him that he don't duck nobody. He want all the smoke. And I think he gonna come bring pressure and he gonna come to fight. So it's gonna be an entertaining fight. But only chance he got is if because it's gonna take Crawford a little bit of time with the ring rust. You gotta shake that off. And then after that, he is 37. Now, granted, he don't drink, no, he don't smoke, so he on some out there better be type wave. You know what I'm saying? Where, his body is his temple, so he not really 37. But, it is some wear and tear there. But I think he's managed his career well for the most part. So he may get stopped, Tszyu. But he never fought at 154. Like, can he hurt him? But we done heard the stories of Bud knocking out heavyweights, and we know that he this freak athlete. So we just gonna make the educated guess that he'll get stronger by moving up and not having to suck down. I'm gonna roll with Bud. Entertaining fight. Happy to see my man back in the ring, bro. That's my call. Thank you.
Thank you, champ. Appreciate you calling in. Nah, stop playing. I can't listen to this live because I ain't trying to get flagged, but they saying Ryan Garcia dropped a diss track over Tupac's I Hit Him Up. Y'all gotta stop these. You rappers better stop. Shit, crazy. I mean, you rappers, you boxers need to stop trying to be rappers. That shit better be hot. Fucking with a fucking Tupac beat.
TBV.
What up?
What up? Yeah, man. I like this fight 100 times more than 100 times more than the Josh Kelly fight for sure. You know what I'm saying? I don't see like Vega said. I don't see how the hell Josh Kelly becomes number one in the WBO. But it's just at the same time, with Crawford career, it's just been just like the last few couple of callers ago. just discrediting his resume and what he's done. You know what I mean? It's just, Tszyu is coming off a loss. So I just think it's gonna give the haters, you know what I'm saying, people that just really don't like Crawford, you know what I mean, more fuel, you know what I'm saying, just to talk shit, you know what I mean? They gonna discredit, you know what I'm saying, he coming off a loss against Fundora. And you know what I mean, just gonna be some more bullshit behind, Crawford resume, which is I just don't see how you can do it. 2-time undisputed, one of the I feel like all time greats. You know what I mean? Doing something that hasn't been done. You know what I mean? For real in the 4-belt era. So definitely gotta give him his credit, man. So like I said, I like this fight 100 times better than the Josh Kelly though, for sure though. And like a few callers had said, he deserved another shot. After that, what happened with that cut and everything. So yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, I like this fight though, man. Like I said, I like this fight, but at the same time, I just feel like Crawford will eventually get discredited for the win. You know what I mean? So I feel like a lose lose. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna definitely look forward to it. See if Crawford can continue his KO streak and get Tszyu up out of there. But I do expect Tszyu to come ready to fight and put on a good performance. But this will be Crawford's first fight at 154, so we just got to see how everything plays out. But I'm looking forward to it. So hopefully they can get something done and we get this fight. But I probably would have liked the WBA route better though, man. I believe Buddy undefeated.
Yep.
We got yeah, I probably would have liked that a little more better. I feel like you wouldn't be able to talk shit about that one, but Tszyu is a name right now, so uh, if Crawford can get the stoppage, I definitely think that'll be big for his resume. But yeah, man, that's all I got, man.
Damn, they saying Ryan's diss track is trash. It's crazy. This is what happens. These fucking guys, they're not rappers. They want to be rappers. Hawk, what up?
Yo.
Yo.
Okay, y'all can you hear me clear?
Yes, sir.
All right, yo, Ness. Hey, man, great interview. That's why you the top dog, yo. That's why you the top dog, Vicky. Great interview, man. Let me see. Oh, another thing, Ness. I don't think we put enough emphasis on.
Hey, Hawk, check your mic. You sound very bad.
Okay, how about right here?
Keep going.
Okay. I said, I don't think we put enough emphasis on. So I want to send a salute out to Anthony Joshua for knocking that freight train of the UFC and then Dono the hell out of boxing. So we didn't have to hear about this crap every day on the boxing shows after Tyson Fury fucked up. So salute to Anthony Joshua on that bit. Now on to the boxing. I think the Sheik saw exactly what everybody else saw. That Fundora would have been knocked out maybe 2 rounds later in that fight with that elbow. So the head didn't happen, but it was really sport.
Hawk, we can't hear you, man. You sound underwater. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, let me see.
You must be on a Bluetooth or speaker or something.
Let me check it, man. All right. How about?
We gonna keep it moving. Quan, what up?
Yo, Nuts, what up?
What's up?
Chilling. So this fight is announced, Crawford and Tim?
No,
or is it just like
it's not announced, but Samson Lewickovich just gave more clarity and truth to this because of his most recent interview with ProBox TV, where he made it clear that Crawford's lawyer contacted him, letting him know there was a major offer from Saudi for Crawford versus Fundora.
Without a title?
No, for the title, obviously.
Which one?
WBO and the WBC. If you fight Fundora, you get 2.
Right. So if he fight Tim, no title. Like, what title they putting on the line for that?
WBO, they gonna strip Fundora. He ain't
Oh,
available.
okay. Well, sure. I think that's a great fight. I mean, obviously, I'm not even gonna lie. I know Fundora won, but I see Tim as the real winner of that fight. I mean, come on. That man would have to fight with all that blood in his eye. If that wouldn't have happened, man, I really didn't see that fight going the distance. But it's crazy how I guess he broke Fundora's nose. Now he got him out, and he had the cut on his head, but yet he able to return from the cut on his head faster than Fundora with the nose break.
It ain't crazy, man. That's Fundora team trying to get out the Crawford fight. That's why the move from the WBO is gonna be to strip them. Come on,
they
man.
Must trying to be set.
When do it take 8 months for your nose to fucking heal?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, God damn, I know he
Motherfucker
got rocked,
said he can't be ready. He said he can't be ready for November or December. And that's why I wanted Samson on the Today's Show. But Samson, he was with family. We got to respect that. But, my question to Samson was going to be, did you tell Fundora? Did you tell Fundora?
Yeah.
And when he tell me, yeah, I'm going to be like, okay, did you tell him how much money's on the fucking table? Because I'll fight with my nose broken.
It seemed like Fundora is getting set up to definitely come back against Spence. Like that probably was the plan.
Yeah, but it ain't gonna be the same amount of money, only on the back end, and that's hoping. That's hoping that event is successful. Cause we talking about a lot of money, bro.
That is though. Let's messing with the Saudis, but even to the fight, it's gonna be crazy. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I don't know if Crawford gonna be able to knock Tim out. Like I don't know if I can see that because of the type of fighter that Tim is. I know he got dropped before, but I don't know, man. I really do look at Tim as a true warrior, so I don't see nobody really getting him up out there.
I mean, so name some other warriors in boxing so that we could just go through the fact that they've been dropped. Just because you're a warrior don't mean you can't get dropped.
Well, he been dropped before. He got dropped by who was it, Lubin?
Or stop though, like you feel me? Like I'm sure everybody would admit that Francisco Vargas was a warrior, El Vaquero. Fucking Miguel Burchelt was a warrior. DeMarco was a warrior. Brona was a warrior. Maidana put it on him. Like,
but I'm looking at the styles.
Day.
Like I know Tim gonna come forward. I'm just looking at the styles. Like how is Crawford gonna get that done? Like it's gonna be interesting to see. So I'm on board for it, and I hope they get it done with it, regardless of the outcome of the fight. I'll be hyped. But yeah, that's all I had to say. Shout out TBV.
All right, chap. Keegan, what up? You gotta unmute.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? What's good? Yeah. I'm gonna stop hating on Crawford, man. He is a bad motherfucker. Y'all be saying I'm hating on him and shit. He a bad motherfucker, man. That motherfucker nice, man. God damn. Let me give him his credit. He the best thing I ever seen, man. Motherfucker dangerous, man. Motherfucker got that counter punch. He can come and get you. He can do it all, man. Bud will beat Muhammad Ali probably. Yeah, I see why Canelo and Benavidez scared to death. He might come to 168, and why all these guys having all these issues. Bud a bad motherfucker, man. I just gotta tell. I'm just here to give him his credit, man. I ain't gonna stop hating on Bud. It's all right if I join the team. Can you hear me now?
Nah, we hear you perfect, Bo Rogers. We all know you to be
Man.
we all know you to be
man. I'm here to give him his credit, man.
A Bud hater.
I'm gonna give him his credit.
You not though.
I hope this fight happen. I hope this fight happens with him and Tszyu. I think that's the better fight. I think and, you know I like the fact that Tszyu is an active fighter. He ain't scared of nobody. I got more respect for Tszyu after that fight with Fundora. Even though I did pick Fundora to win, if you remember when I called in and told you that. But now, after they fought in the rematch, I would take Tszyu against Fundora, but I wouldn't take Terence Crawford over neither one of them. Now, they bigger guys, longer reach, and I think they more active. Well, Fundora, I think Terence might. I don't think he can beat him either, because I think if the new style he got, he'll keep that jab on Terence, and he could probably outpoint him. I think he can do it. I don't really think Terence been in there with nobody fresh. That's all I be saying about him. I just want to see the motherfucker fight somebody. I don't care who he signed with, who he go to. I just want to see him fight somebody that I think is a damn problem for him. You know, he don't. I don't want to see him fight Fundora because he do. You know, people y'all act like a broke nose is something to smile at. A broke nose, that's some serious shit. I don't want to damn. I don't want that. I want him and Tim Zoo. Let's get it happen. Like, you know, let's make it happen. Let him get his money. You know, that's all I got to say about it. But I'll let you tomorrow night.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. That was Bo Rogers. We got H Town. Leo in H Town. What up?
What up, Nancy?
What's good?
Man, it's a dangerous fight. It's Tim Tszyu versus Crawford, man. I see Tim Tszyu as a man that has something to prove. He was whooping Pandora to the cut. I mean, if that cut don't happen, I think that fight's over in 6 rounds, in my opinion. So, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been cut on that part of the head, but I've been cut on that part of the head. The man, bro, you lose so much blood. It makes you so weak, man, because the blood just don't stop, man. It just he's gonna be a day. If he fights Terrence, it's gonna be a very dangerous fight, man. I'm a Bud fan, man. Bud's my guy, man. But I'd rather see Bud fight Pandora than Tim Tszyu if I want a safer route. But hey, you know, the best fight the best. I think that'll be a great fight, man. And it's gonna be crazy, man. It's gonna be a war. It's gonna be a war, then. This whole Fedora can't fight for 11 months or whatever. It's crazy over a nose. Man, that's tripping, man. I don't know what's going on over there.
Bro, of course
He's
he
gonna
could
lose.
fight, man. They trying to get out the fight. They don't want to fight Crawford.
Yeah, I know. I mean, get Pandora his due. He survived with a broken nose, and he so-called won that fight. But in my eyes, he didn't look that hot. Everybody was like, "Oh man," you know. Of course, you know the PBC boys were, you know, riding high. Now they're riding even higher because they see Earl beating Fundora, so PBC gonna have some belts, a belt again. You know, so but I don't know, man. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. If it happens, it's gonna be great. Fundora versus Spence, that's what they want. I mean, that fight's not gonna make that much money in my eyes. Just it'll make some money because of course Spence got his fan base, but man, that Tim Tszyu, Fundora, man, man, uh, that, that'll be in Saudi Arabia most likely, right?
It is in Saudi Arabia, yes.
Yeah, man, yeah, that's gonna be the one, man. What's up, man? When we gonna start with the Haney Garcia
Talk.
talk? Yeah,
Yeah, bro, I already started. Remember, I did, I think 2 days back to back, 11 days out, 10 days out. But yeah, we start Monday.
man. I was asked. That question was asked on another pod. Was what win is better for boxing, Ryan or Devin? I said Ryan because it caused chaos in the division, but you know, what do you think? I'm assuming you're gonna say Devin, but
You said what's better for boxing?
yeah,
I mean, bro, Devin getting a knockout in the first round or Ryan getting the knockout and upset. And upsets are always good for boxing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course, if Dev gets a knockout, yeah, then that'll be crazy, but we'll see. We'll see what the plan is, man. We'll see if Bill actually is gonna want Dev to actually sit down on his punches and try for the knockout, because that's gonna be the danger zone with Ryan. That's a game nobody wants to play, really.
That was the bell, though, player. Let me get to Jerry back at us.
Let him cook. Let him cook. My friends, if you're at home with your loved ones, if you're in the car cruising with your friends, or if you're at work putting in that time, earning that money, I want you to turn me up and listen to what I'm about to say. There are only two firemen in boxing. Two men that are comfortable in the heat, that don't run from the smoke, they run towards it. And that's David the Monster Benavidez and Terence Bud Crawford. I have a message to David and Jose, if you're listening. I also have a message to our boy Samson. If indeed your little strategy to ice out Bud Crawford was to prolong this nosebleed that heals in 3 weeks to 8 goddamn months, because you thought you could offer it to the big fish, which would give him enough time to shed the damn 50 pounds he walked into the ring with. And instead of offering Fundora a career-changing purse because of your antics, then David and Jose, you need to fire his ass tomorrow morning, because he's no good. He's no good. Because the P. Diddy Boxing Committee is a house of cards that cannot sustain. And I will say this again. The P. Diddy Boxing Committee is a house of cards that cannot sustain. You can only hold a good man down for so long. Mama Lobo, thank you so much. This is Jerry Soriano, your lender for life. Let him talk!
Jerry, you are the man. J-Mac isn't here to receive his counter, but we got the brother of Giovanni Cabrera. Yo, has he signed the contract? Has William Sepeda signed the contract or what? Is we getting that fight?
Yo, what's going on, man? This is Giovanni Cabrera right here. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. Did you hear me? I asked did William Sepeda sign the contract? I heard your brother's getting that fight.
I got a call. My management got a call about the fight. We've accepted. We've said, yeah, make us an offer. They offered us the fight. We said yes. We want to know what the offer is, and we're in negotiations right now. So let's see. We're waiting to see. I'm all for it, man. I want the smoke. I think if I beat him, it'll just cement my place as being one of the top lightweights in the world. They're even potentially thinking about making it for a world title. I think there's a few vacant titles. It could be potentially the IBF. I'm hearing.
Yeah, how when that's supposed to be Lomachenko and Kambosos, but okay, I heard your brother could be in another big situation. They didn't say fight. Could you give me anything or what?
This is Gio Cabrera.
Oh, you are Gio because you're using your brother's fucking screen name. Gio, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Oh, perfect. Lo, so listen, I heard from someone close to you that you're supposed to get the Sepeda fight, but that there's also something big. So is the big that the fight could be a title fight, or is it big that they could be a completely different fight?
It's big that it can be I mean, that's what we're hearing. I think the IBF title is vacant, and you know,
Okay.
well, it's gonna be one of the titles. One of the vacant titles. That's what they're hoping to make. So we'll see. As big as we can blow it up, that's what I hope to do. I know that they're very interested, and that's what conversations are being had. Um, I'm ready. I want all the smoke, man. I think if I beat Zepeda, I mean, nobody wants to fight Zepeda right now, and I'd be more than willing to outbox his ass and hurt him. I think me fighting Pitbull Cruz, I took his best shot. You saw what he did to Rolly Romero. He did not do that shit to me. I arguably won the fight. I didn't decisively win it, and I know that. Moving forward, I learned a lot from being on that big stage, and I'm just ready to meet the challenge, man. I'm excited about it. I have one of the best chins in boxing. I'm just as tough. I think I'm slicker. I think his defense isn't as good as he's not. He doesn't have a short, awkward. Yeah, like it's weird to fight a short guy like that, but no excuses made, man. I just learned a lot. I'm ready to fucking kick some ass. I'm ready to have the hardest fights in boxing, and I'm excited to do it, man.
How was it? I know you had a fight on March 30th. Yeah, were you able to get up for that? Do you feel like you performed the same and trained the same? It wasn't a name that you're used to and accustomed to. So, how was that training camp, and what do you grade that performance?
I gave that performance really what would you say, Josh? A C. I say it's a a solid C. Yeah, I gotta be a little afraid. I gotta not afraid of anyone. I'll never be afraid of anybody, but the scenario has to have enough on the line to make me nervous, to light that fire under my ass to train and get up and train really good. And I did my best to prepare for the fight, but at the same time, I just know my nature. Yeah. I mean, the guy was a big guy. He fought some of the top contenders in the lightweight division, and just Tiger Johnson, and just kind of made it real difficult. The guy is good at making it difficult. There's some guys that are like that embodiment of that, and he was tough. He was game. But overall, yeah, I need something big, man. And Zepeda is the right kind of rival to bring me up. Sometimes fighters fight down to the level, and I may be guilty of that at times, but I always rise to the occasion, and so I'm ready and I'm pumped. Hope this fight gets made. I know they're real interested, so this is gonna be dope if it happens.
Now, obviously, I'm sure your brothers told you I had you winning the Isaac Cruz fight, but William Cepeda is not Isaac Cruz. Isaac Cruz, he's shorter and he's not as technically sound. We seen that in the Rolly fight. Like, what do you bring to the table that you feel causes an issue for Cepeda? Because he's on a roll. He throws 100 punches per round, and he's picking you because you're a southpaw. He's trying to get himself ready for the Lomas and the Tanks and the Shakurs of the world.
Well, it just he's more orthodox. I think with more orthodox fighters, my style brings a lot of challenges. I my distance is better than most Mexican fighters. I got a good jab. I know how to use angles. I know how to spin the guy around. These are all things perfect for that kind of guy. I just got a new strength and conditioning trainer, one of the best I've seen. I'm trying to keep him under wraps, but I'm really excited about the work that I'm doing. I'm gonna be in the best shape of my life. The thing is, once you've been battle tested at the level of a Terence Crawford and Earl Spence undercard to fight one of the, guys most avoided guys in boxing like Pitbull, I took the best shots that he had on the chin. He was backing Gervonta up. At the end of the fight, Pitbull was the one that wanted to be out of the ring, not me. And I did knock him down with that body shot in the 11th round. Had I not punched him, he would not be on the floor. There was only one man on the floor that night, and it was Pitbull Cruz. And he said he's ready to take on all challenges. Well, I haven't heard anything about a rematch, and he knows in his heart that the fight was too damn close. And I believe, just like many other people, everyone all over ESPN Deportes Mexico thought I won the fight. Everyone around Sky Sports Europe thought I won the fight, and yeah, you as well. So I'm fucking ready, man. I present a challenge to anybody. If anything, that proves that it was only a mentality that was holding back my power until I tested my chin against a big puncher like that. Until I was on that stage, at the end, I was backing him up. If I could back him up, I could back anybody up. Nobody was backing up Pitbull Cruz.
Now, do you think he underestimated you?
Absolutely, or he just prepared classically like anybody trains for a southpaw. Like, oh, throw right hooks over hands, and that's very simple. But yeah, clearly once he got in there, and I started keeping the angles, started moving to the right and popping him with the jab and just kind of counter him and now maneuver him those first 4 or 5 rounds. He was hesitating a lot. Yeah, I mean, he did catch me with the more flashy shots, but for the most part, I think I was, making him work for everything. Got nice body shots, nice uppercuts, nice left hands, very quick left hands, and I must have landed like 1,000 jabs. So like what the fuck? Like you don't count jabs anymore? And so I had some real nice boxing in there. At times I did come in a little reckless, and he caught me. But guess what? I fucking did. You think they did anything? I mean, it was more of a surprise to me. It was more of a surprise to me. I was like, oh shit! But until I went through that and tested and got hit with those shots, then I knew. I was like, oh shit! It's like, why am I not going forward? Damn! And I had wasted a few rounds in the middle. But man, I'm looking forward. I want to fight Sepeda. Cepeda's a great fighter. I really love that. Yeah, I think he broke the Compu box record for punches thrown in the fight. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, there were moments in the Isak Cruz fight where you had to hold a lot. You're gonna have to get that stamina right. I know you said you got a new strength and conditioning coach, but you can't hold Zepeda. Not if you want to win.
Yeah, but you know what? Like the whole thing, it was also a preemptive thing. I mean, what you get a little short guy like Pitbull Cruz, he's stocky, he's leading with his head. He tried head bunting me multiple times. Like he moves in there and he gets underhooks, and then when he's very sneaky, very smart about this. He creates a little space, and then he starts to move his entire torso to throw those hooks up top. I mean, it's a very smart style of disguising it, like a type of infighting, which I think is slightly of a lost art. And like, if he's allowed to come in that way, then I should be able to defend too. But it also looks like I'm holding him. I mean, many smart Mexican fighters know how to do this. All infighter, aggressive fighters that lean on you and do shit like that know how to do it. Antonio Margarito was one of them.
Do you think he's underrated? After the Rolly fight, while he got the win and his popularity has soared, especially in following, he's got an influx of followers. But people that like boxing from a technical standpoint seen flaws in that Rolly fight while he came away with the win. Do you think that's because we're on the outside looking in and being in there with Pitbull is different? Is he an underrated fighter in your opinion?
I think he's fairly rated. I mean, yeah, I just think he's fairly rated. Are people really under? I think people under. If anything, anyone's getting underestimated. It's me. I mean, I gave him a boxing lesson in some of those rounds. Like I think Rolly, I like Rolly. I think he's a good boxer, but I think he's been hurt in his last couple fights. And had he, some guys when they get hurt, they're kind of never the same again. Not to say that it's over for him or anything, but some people when they get hurt, they're more susceptible to get knocked out again. And I think it's been clear that that's the case for him. Had it been a Rolly that wasn't hurt, who knows? It might have been different, but we can't really speculate. Yeah.
Every time you go in the ring, you're less than.
What's your thoughts on a fight with Tszyu and Chris Colbert? I know styles make fights. How do you think that style plays out? Does it end up being boring for television? Is that a guy that you even have on your radar?
I mean, I'm open to anything. It just got to make sense. I'm always gonna eye the bigger fish, because what's gonna advance me more. Zepeda would be
For
better.
sure.
Shakur would be better. I would love to fight Shakur. I mean, I Tank especially. These are the kind of fights that excite me, and this is what I want to be a part of. I think I'm gonna give anybody a fucking nightmare. It's gonna be really tough for them.
So no, you didn't get any calls for Shakur because he had a few options and they were not the greatest names. It was obviously the guy that Frank just fought, Art over Hevanesian, and Zabdur Abdullayev, a guy that Linares and Haney fought. Yeah, I mean, why not you, right?
I mean, yeah. Who the guy who's fighting right now? He's got like less than 15 fights. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the guy that Frank Martin just beat at the
Yeah.
Cosmopolitan.
Now, like, does anybody care about that fight at all? Like, why wouldn't he fight
No.
me instead?
No. But I mean, Ovanesian was competitive until Frank, put him down late, right? It was a tricky fight for Frank.
Yeah, but why does that advance Shakur at all?
I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't. But you guys are both in the same boat. Now you got the win in Texas, but at the time, I guess you were both coming off losses, and you are a southpaw, right? I don't know what Hovhanessian is.
Right. No, yeah, man, but you know what? It's been great talking, brother. I just thank you for having me on, and I really
Thank you,
appreciate
man, for
this.
jumping on spontaneously. We appreciate it. Would love to schedule it so you're on camera.
Yeah, man. My brother's always listening, but no, yeah, I'm down, man. I'm down even to come to Vegas, drive out.
Yeah, I'm back in Vegas at
Sometime
the
soon.
end of this month,
I'll be
man.
back in LA in May. So if you guys want to schedule it, let's do it.
Yeah, perfect. I'm back in Vegas in May as well, so I'll get in touch with you.
My brother,
All right.
appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Giovanni Cabrera. Always a pleasure to have one of the fighters jumping on. We got Artem Hardanovi. I don't know. I think it's Harvanosian. He's definitely a orthodox fighter. Definitely orthodox. So yeah. Josh, man, thank you for that. As always, that was dope. Yeah. So he's orthodox. So if obviously Shakur is allegedly a great talent. So orthodox southpaw doesn't matter. But what's easier to get? What do you spar more frequently? Orthodox. So it's your last fight. You're probably not gonna pick a southpaw. You don't want the last thing you want to do is shit the bed on your way out. Right now, if Berlanga could get out of a top rank contract and get all those offers, I mean, he got 2 separate offers from the PBC, one from fucking Floyd and one from PBC. So, what would Shakur get? Floyd went all the way to Rio de Janeiro to meet Shakur and didn't sign him. Now, is he gonna hold that against him? Like, motherfucker, when I wanted you, you ain't want me? Or is he gonna deal with him? And the thing is, like, what's Prince gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't wait for July. Like, that's the story of the week. Like, is Prince gonna deal with Floyd, who, you heard the rumors, right? Like, obviously, not everybody's a hardcore. Some of y'all are casuals, but like, I mean, you can find the interview with Bob Arum saying that he got a phone call that in his gym there was people getting their heads bust with bats, and that James Prince wanted his money. So, listen, those heads that was getting bust was Floyd Mayweather's team. So I don't know. But again, money talks, right? Like, that's how you do business. I guess you could be friends with a dude I mean, not be friends, but be cordial with a dude that you're not friends with if there's money involved, if you're doing some sort of business transaction that is a legal one. Let me see what I got here. Last call for callers. Last call for callers. Alex Vega, you do got that counterpunch. If not, Drew, you can always save that for tomorrow. Optimus Prime, $5. Spence fans are going to be extra mad once they see my poll on Discord. Go vote, Ness. Uh-oh. Mr. Wolf, $5. The P. Diddy Boxing Committee groupies crying hard about Bud Saudi Connect. You guys let Leonard Ellerby gas you up about Bud not having options. Yeah, man. No, Bud is Mr. Options, bro. Like, bro, Black Prom for Avanesian, hedge fund. Yo, Black Prom for Avanesian, hedge fund pressure for the Earl fight, and now Saudi Arabia Connect. Like, nah, dude's big. He's busting, and you know he never used it in boxing, but you know he had the Buffett Connect too. Warren Buffett Connect. He motherfucker went to his fights. Lake County $2. Somebody tell Bo Hayton is confused admiration. You right about that. You right about that. Uh-oh. Last minute callers. We got Bud Hater. Uh-oh. Let's see if he's living up to a screen name.
Yo.
Yo.
Hey. Shout out TBV, man. This has been a long episode. I got off work and was like, damn, I probably got 30 more minutes till I can call in. Boom, I checked my phone. You guys are still doing it. Let's go. Strong community. I just want to say, bro, shout out you for the shows. I've been slapping them at work, you know, slapping them on my AirPods.
Appreciate
I basically just want to come on and say I'm hyped. You know, a lot of people aren't that hyped for the Ryan versus Devin fight. I sure am. I wanted to ask you though, are you have you done any predictions? I mean, I haven't been tuning in. What do you thinking, bro? Do you
Nah,
have
we're
any,
gonna
or?
start. We're gonna start Monday, but I mean, everybody knows I'm picking Devin. There's no way with everything that Ryan's been doing. You know, like I never was picking Ryan, but his chances are slimmer than ever for me. He's gonna have to shock me with the rest of the world.
Man, and like, I'm over here trying to defend the legitimacy of this fight to my friends because like a lot of my friends are like, bro, Ryan's off the shits, and I'm like, man, I don't know. What do you think? Like, I know I don't want to get you stuck.
He just dropped some sparring. It's just, you know, we don't know what to believe. My man dropped sparring, showing that he looked good, but then he also calls out Bud and calls Bud a bitch. It's like dude's trying to get killed.
Here's my thing. If he's trolling us with all the crazy talk, he got me. You know, he got me entertained. He got me watching. He got me. But if he's serious, then he's probably he reminds me, like, we all know that dude who like kind of is off the shits, and you know we like having him around. He reminds me of that. I just hope he's okay. Like, I'm serious because I like his. I just like him. I know he's not like the top tier elite, but I still like watching him. But yeah, basically, I just wanted to come in and say I'm hyped for that fight. You know, I'm a casual. I don't care. But you know, shout out TBV, and yeah, man, let's fucking go.
Yo, I posted the fact that Ryan. Let me just show y'all this shit. I posted the fact that Ryan said some shit about Bud, and bro, the comment section is hilarious. Bro, one of the comments, Bomba Juice, he's a fighter from New York. My man said, I need to know what pre-workout he takes. Because Ryan off the shits. Listen to what Ryan said, because I ain't even giving y'all the details, right? He posts, I respect Crawford and what he has reached. Wait, what he has reached, but I want to kick his ass just cuz. Let's fucking go, bitch. Like, yeah, right. Who believes you? This kid is crazy, bro. They should check him in. That would be really sucky for Dev because it's like right before a fight, this dude checks into the mental ward, but he might not be right, man.
Nah. Ryan bugging, bro. But how you doing tonight, this?
Can't call it, man. I'm all good. And yourself?
Man, same old, man. I'm just really calling to get a shout out, man. You know, you've been on go all day, bro. All day you've been on. So I'm just really coming tonight, man. Give you a shout out, man. The whole TPV community, man. Y'all see the hard work this man put in, man. Y'all gotta like, y'all gotta subscribe, y'all gotta share the show. Y'all gotta put the boxing casuals on to this, man, and spread the love, bro. Y'all shut it down every morning and every night, man. So you a 24-hour service, my man. 24 hours, baby, damn near.
ESPN the boxing, man. ESPN the boxing, man. That's all I strive to be. You know, we only
Hey,
fuck
not
with
that.
boxing, and you know, if you go to ESPN, you can always see sports, man. We need that. That's what pro boxers being, man. Hopefully they pick us up one day because boxing needs an ESPN only for fucking boxing, 24/7, bro.
Nah, that's a fact. And I, like I told you before, bro, with the connections you got, man, the knowledge you got, the passion you got, ain't nobody doing it like you, man. And shout out to the two tones and everybody else, but Ness, you that guy, bro. And I got a lot of respect for you, man. And I just want to shout out you and the platform you putting on for everybody else in the morning. You feel me? The whole cast, Danny, King. I don't know how to pronounce it, but the whole game, man. You putting on for everybody, man. So big shout out to you, bro. And I'm still trying to link up with you, man. Shoot some footage for you, bro. When you get back in Vegas, bro. I gotta fly out there and come rock with you.
For sure, man. I don't know what we doing for Cinco de Mayo, man. And it looks like nothing because it's about a month away. But Saturday, it's gonna be a lot. You should come through because I'm trying to probably do my show from the Boxing Expo, and you
Okay.
know they had a big thing last year. I don't know. Do some research. I think they had like 4,000 people. That shit is crazy. And they get all these fighters to do booths. I've been always invited and never went. I might go because last year was crazy. From what I see.
I'm supposed to be out. I'm supposed to be out in Vegas that weekend anyway, cause it's a big ass festival of lovers and friends out there, bro. And the homie of mine got a DJ event, so I'm gonna be out in Vegas the
Oh,
week of
where?
Cinco de
Where
Mayo
at?
anyway.
Cause
Some mansion, bro.
sound like my age bracket. Lovers and friends. What's that? Usher and shit.
Usher, TLC, 112, Genuine,
Hmm.
everybody, bro.
Nah, I fuck with Genuine and 112. That's my era. I was roller skating back then at the rink. Late night,
Ooh,
locked
okay.
doors. Locked
Oh,
door, bitch.
you geeking, not the lock-ins.
What? Bruh, yo, listen. You can't tell me shit. I had my 4x4s. What?
Oh yeah,
Shit. I be seeing
you was
Floyd,
in there.
and I'm like, damn, I hope one day I can roller skate with Floyd, because I'm good, too.
Man, you gotta put the footage out, man. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, a lot of people gotta know what Ness do outside of TVV, man. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to float with you, bro. And like I said, it ain't on nothing, bro. You ain't gotta pay me nothing. I'm doing it out of the love, bro. Real talk.
Nah, for sure, man. I'm back in Vegas end of this month, man. So I'm out there for the Cinco de Mayo fight, and we could build from there.
Oh, bet. I already DM'd you, man. Like you said, you smoke a lot of hard dean, bro. So just,
Wait,
make,
on my DM me right now on my personal. Is that
on your
y'all got
personal?
seven
Okay.
different one? Y'all got seven different username. I hope you King Rari on your Instagram too.
Facts, yeah. That's
Okay.
where I DM'd Danny at. I DM'd Danny
Yeah,
on Instagram.
Danny ain't me, man. Danny ain't me, bruh. You got DM me.
Oh, I already know. So
Yeah.
DM you on your personal IG page?
Yeah.
Okay, bet. I got you, big bro.
Uh,
You have a blessed night, man. And shout out to the community, man. Y'all like, y'all share, y'all subscribe, man. And y'all turn it up, man. Continue to do your thing. And good night, bro.
Appreciate you, man. Good night. Unbiased Brim. What up? Lake County, $2. Somebody. We read that. We read that. Unbiased Brim. You gotta unmute.
Can you hear me, bro?
Loud and clear. You on speaker though.
Yeah, I'm only calling you because I want you, just the gentleman that just called you about that event, Lovers and Friends.
Yeah.
I don't know if I told you about it. I think that's the reason why they didn't want to have a black fighter versus Canelo, because there was no way that they was going to get enough black audience. Go check on the post on the Twitter Spaces.
I put the event information in there. It's like 70 artists. It's every artist from 1989 to 2019, pretty much. It
God
is
damn.
ridiculous. The event got. Look, bro, I'm just gonna tell you a couple names. I mean, he told you a couple, but he ain't look. Janet Jackson, Lil Wayne, Nas, Ludacris, Nelly, Akon, Neo, Alicia Keys, Snoop Dogg, Blackstreet Boys, Usher, Ja Rule, Ashanti, T-Pain, Mary J. Blige, Gwen Stefani, Nella Furtado, Sierra, TLC, Mia, Brandy, Keisha Cole, Timberland, Monica, Eve, Jodeci, Kelly Rowland, Craig David, Sean Paul, Six Black, it's Jagged Edge, Robin Thicke, 98 Degrees, Tyrese. It's Method Man, Redman, Rick Ross, Jeezy, Fat Joe, T.I., E40, SWV, Escape. I ain't going to go because there's more. There's about another 20 more names, super notable.
That's crazy.
Can you hear me?
Nah, I hear you fine.
That's why they wasn't going to make no Charlo fight, bro. What black people coming to that fight when they got this event in the same city on the same night? I've said this a couple months ago. I was like, yo, that's another reason why they didn't want to put no black fighter versus Canelo in Vegas. This event will overshadow it, man. They had to do Mexican versus Mexican. They was paying attention. They know what time it is. They know they know logistics, you know. But just real quick on the Bud and Tim Tszyu, man. Listen, they go down, they go down. I just want to see the man get in the ring. So, I mean, do we know if we have a timeline of when Tim Tszyu is going to be ready to fight? When we looking at June, July?
No date, man. No date. I don't know no date yet.
Well, when it go down, I guess. And I heard it's another fighter that's moving over to the Matchroom. I'm wondering is not Morrell because we just heard about him moving up to 175. He chasing Benavidez. So is it gonna be Cool Boy? You think? Because Cool Boy been supposed to be back in the ring.
I mean,
I've been rooting for him.
He just posted yesterday that he got a fight coming, so I don't know who getting it to him. But have you seen Bosie's quotes?
No, I have not.
So,
I missed it.
the short version of Bosie's quotes is like, man, we couldn't stick around being loyal. You know, they told us March, they told us June. It wasn't no date. The dates keep getting changed. Look at Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz done fought 3 times, and he got another fight.
Sure enough.
So,
and he been training him. So he's seeing Matchroom putting him to work.
I say all that to say, remember that, you know, at one point he also trained Stephen Fulton. So we don't know.
All right, well, time will tell. Time will tell. But listen, ever since Stephen Fulton took that fight with a new way, even though he lost, man, he got a lifelong fan with me. So if he ever listens to this podcast and I've tagged him, listen, I'm always going to be a root for Stephen Fulton, bro, because he went out like a G, because he could have easily went a different direction. So I want him to be at a fight twice a year at least. I'm rooting for that young man. So that's my time. I got to get back to work. I just wanted to holler because I heard what was the previous caller, and shout out to him. And you have a blessed one, hard working brother.
You too, champ. You too. Hold it down.
No doubt.
Let's see here. I think it has come to an end. We about to be on midnight time anyway. On the East, don't forget to subscribe. We right back at it. 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. I got Aiden that says, "Is this real? The son of a legend? Let's go." Yeah, this is real, man. This is what they want. The only way this does not happen is if Fundora realizes how much money and realizes that, like, yo, Samson, you know I could be ready. My nose will be good for December, November. And actually, Unbiased Brim, that's the date. My bad. November, December is what they looking at. And what Samson has already said, you know, Fundora can't be ready by. But Nest GTO, Instagram and Twitter. Catch me on the next one tomorrow morning. Peace.